Everything on?
We're on.
I'd like to call this regularly scheduled January meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission to order. At this time, Commissioner Flitcroft?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask you to lead us in our invocation this
Yes,
month?
sir. Bow our heads. Dear Lord, rich blessings of rain. We know we need it. Bless this commission and the attendees. Give us discernment, wisdom, together with the righteousness that only you bring. Help us along the way. Praise be your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Next on our agenda is to adopt the agenda. Does anybody have any additions that they would like to add to our agenda this month?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Have a motion and a second to approve our agenda.
Let me,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
since one group not going to be this afternoon, could we move the education to this afternoon?
Do what now?
A hearing's not going to take place, I understand.
that's correct.
And could we have the education this afternoon, which is supposed to be tomorrow? Or the legal, I mean?
If we get everything done this morning, then we will continue on depending on how long it takes us, Mr. Collins. If we have time, we'll go ahead and do it this afternoon and continue on with our meeting and get our agenda done, depending on how the discussion goes.
Chairman,
Yes.
I've been advised by Steve Jones from IS, because the microphone situation is different in this room, each commissioner that is going to speak actually has to get close to the microphone, so we'll have to pivot them about so we can make sure that this is on the record. Thank you.
And you have your own.
Commissioner Grease.
Mr. Chairman, regarding the agenda, I assume the education report section, some of us were asked to review a Tennessee instructor training manual. Will that fall into that category? Because that is not itemized, but I assume we're going to cover it at that point. Yes.
And for the record, I did not recognize, I think Commissioner McMullen was the McMullen
It's hard to talk, I know.
made the motion, especially right now, because I'll tell you about it later.
Don't tell about losing.
And Commissioner Collins, did you second it, or did Commissioner Northern second it? Commissioner Northern seconded the approval of the agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You've had the minutes. You've seen the minutes. Any additions or corrections to the minutes?
Move to approve last month's minutes.
Commissioner Grease makes a motion to approve the minutes from last month, and Commissioner DeShar seconds them. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I abstain.
You
Two abstain.
got two abstain. Commissioner McMullen and Commissioner Flitcroft abstained from the vote since they were not here last month. There's a matter that I would like to bring before you now. The reason I was over here talking to our Executive Director, Ms. Maxwell, we are above the limit as far as fire code and the number of people in this room. And we've been asked by the administration that if you are here on a legal matter, under consent order, or any kind of legal matter, that you must stay. Those of you who are here to get your license reinstated, if you have signed in, you can stay if you so choose to stay, or you can sign out and you will get 8 hours of credit, and you will be able you will have met all the requirements for reinstatement of your license. It's up to you if you want to stay and see how this commission operates today. But be sure they got this is a one-time thing. Next month we will be back over at Davy Crockett, and we'll never have this problem again. We'll never have it. But you must sign out. If you don't sign out, you will not get credit. Steve, and if you have not signed in and signed out,
Betsy's out there.
Nice for somebody.
No.
She's standing guard.
If you're here because of a consent order, you need to stay.
yeah, if you're here for a consent order, you leave this room, and you are in big time trouble.
For both days.
They're good for both days if they go ahead and sign out now, right?
Yes.
That's just for license renewal.
Reinstatement. License reinstatement. If you're here for any other reason than for license reinstatement, then don't you leave.
You don't have, now we're under the code, and if you want to stay, if you see the commission at work, then you can stay, you're welcome to.
What's your question?
What's going on?
Okay.
I know what's going on so that I can answer legitimate questions.
Okay, we are above the limit
No,
for
I
this
understand
room.
that. She knows that. I think she wants to know what she's supposed to do.
You get them to sign out.
Okay.
They must sign in and they must sign out.
He has not signed in. He has not signed in.
Larry, help.
No meeting tomorrow, or they're just gonna.
I mean,
They're done.
They're done.
They're good for both days if you have a meeting tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Don't you need that? You're an officer here too.
Larry, help.
I trained him. Michelle's an officer here.
Yeah, I'm an officer also. Nice to meet
He
you.
lost his tooth at the bar last night.
For real.
Be careful of the fires.
Some glue.
I've got it, but it ain't holding it.
Put glue on it.
But did that stuff not work?
Know my buddy Dean?
Oh, yeah.
Always worked for us there. I told him to put some more on. Maybe he didn't follow the instructions right. We're gonna be a minute before they all get out. There, why don't you recess while they're walking out the door? Yeah.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Shout for the word.
5-minute recess.
You sure you won't agree?
You ought to
Yeah.
I'm in the fair first.
You want me to call the roll? I know.
I call this meeting back into session. One thing first thing on the agenda, I went right over top of, and it's Ms. Maxwell, call the roll.
Alexander,
Here.
Collins,
Here.
DeChara. Here. Flitcroft,
Here.
Grease,
Here.
Haynes. Here. McMullen,
Here.
Northern,
Here.
Stevenson.
Here. We've got a full house today. All 9 members are here. I would like to point out what Wendell's been giving each one of you. Wendell and I talked about this several months ago, about having some new commission pins made. And because we had run out, only had 1 or 2 left, and I got with Miss Maxwell, and Wendell was the one that had the idea to make the pin, instead of real estate commission, like the one that I'm wearing right now that I haven't changed out, to make it real estate commissioner. So these real estate commissioner pins is a gift to this commission from Commissioner Alexander and I. We want to, he hadn't paid me.
I'm going to give him a bad check here in a little bit.
Yeah, he hasn't paid me half of that $3,600 bill.
Just money, Barry. Be all right. Load away.
But anyway, and these ones that say real estate commission, if you have any, I'm going to give them to Eve and staff members.
Steve.
Like Steve and Julie
Yeah, I was
can wear the pin. Now, she's already got one that just says Real Estate Commission on it. But all the rest of us will be wearing a pin that says Real Estate Commissioner. And that was Mr. Alexander's idea.
And
Make
whoever's
it
phone that
commissioner.
was, they need to shut it off.
Yep, turn your phones off if you got them on.
Mr.
Steve,
Chairman,
I'll bring you mine.
Commissioner Collins.
I forgot
while we're
it.
all
I'll bring
here,
it.
everybody's got their coat on, why don't we line up against that wall and get a picture of the commissioner, because this is the first time we've all been here.
That's true.
So we can have it on Facebook. And I think you chairman,
Why don't we do, just before we break to go to lunch, we'll get all lined up and then we'll go to lunch.
well,
That's an excellent idea.
Whatever you say.
With all 9 of us here. Yeah, we'll just, when we get up, we'll just come up here and then we'll go to lunch. That's an excellent idea, Commissioner Collins.
And from the American flag or the Tennessee?
You can move them
together, we just pushed them to the side so that y'all wouldn't be like.
Next on our agenda, our Executive Director report from Ms. Eve Maxwell.
The complaint report is the first item on the agenda, and it's on the iPads, hopefully in the proper order. If you turn to that, we hope that it's going to work. The first page. Okay. The first page is is everybody there?
Ms. Maxwell, I hate to interrupt you, but real quickly, it's been called to my attention. Those of you who are in this room who have a matter that's going to be coming before us, we have the discretion as to whether or not to grant the 8 hours of continuing education for you being here, regardless of why you're here. If you stay the entire time, you're going to get 8 hours of continuing education if you are not grandfathered. But we have the discretion, if we determine or decide that you are just on your laptop, on your iPad, texting, whatever, all of us up here, or 7 of us up here that's on this commission, we got 2 attorneys and we've got 7 realtors up here on this commission. And we are conducting business ourselves, but we're going to do it at break and we're going to do it at lunch. So I just wanted to point that out. Y'all pay attention while you're in here, and you're here to learn. And if you need to communicate over a sale going on, you can do it at the break or you can do it at lunch. I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. Now, Ms. Maxwell, I apologize for interrupting.
It's all right. The first item of business under the complaint report is the open complaint report by source. And that's shows that we have a total outstanding complaints right now of 93, 2 of which originated as citations, and the other 91 were originated as complaints. Of those 91 complaints, 47 came from consumers, 5 are against timeshare registration, and 2 vacation lodgings. And so we have a total of 54 that are consumer complaints. And then fellow practitioner complaints, we have 10 of those complaints. And then we have 29 staff complaints, none that are anonymous, and none that are in the commission's name, because we open those under TREC's name if the commission requests that we open a complaint. You can see that for the month of December to January, we received 17 complaints. This time last year, we had received 26 complaints. We believe that the complaints will probably pick up. We've had a lot of activity, requests for reinstatement, and it just seems like more people are jumping back into the business or getting into the business initially. So that usually will result in an increase in complaints, which we may see as the year goes on. But our total number of complaints that we've received this year are 182 complaints. Are there any questions about that? The next page is the complaints over 180 days, and Julie's been doing a great job of presenting the complaints so that they don't linger more than 180 days without being presented to the commission. So that at this point it shows that we have 20 over 180 days, but those have been heard by the commissioner will be heard today, and then the other ones that have been heard are in litigation. But any that, we have none, except that we presented today, I believe. It's two that have, lingered longer than 180 days, and there are reasons for each one of those. They're extenuating circumstances. And as I mentioned last week, we have this performance standard of getting your complaints done within 180 days. And we're this month at like 93.25%, and the standard is 77%. So we're way, way above the standard.
Now, what creates that standard? Is that all boards that you're talking about?
It's all regulatory boards, and it's created by the administration. And actually, what it does is it goes back 18 months. Isn't that right, Julie? It goes back 18 months. So it looks, so it's looking at your complaints, really pretty far back. And then so that's where the percentage comes from, is that. And so they look at all the 180 days, and you need to have had at least 77% of yours heard within 180 days.
So we're one of the top commissions We are the top commission.
I love it. Right. But we believe that we are the top commission.
Okay.
And so, as I say, Julie is doing a great job of making sure that those, if they get close to 180, that they're presented to the commission, unless, as I say, there's some extenuating circumstances that would keep them from being presented at that time.
And I have to say that is phenomenal, because I remember at one time the commission was behind 3 or 4 years, literally, in complaints, because they were not getting heard, and that's just absolutely outstanding.
I think Robin did a lot of that catching up.
When I got here, I think there were 4. We had some that were 4 years.
I mean, I can't even imagine. I can't remember what I did 4 years ago.
Right, and the information was stale, so it was difficult to find out information. If you looked at it and needed other information, the people were like, I don't know.
That is so efficient, and I hope
great.
the administration understands how good that is and how much the public appreciates that.
Yeah, I think so.
And Michelle, along that same line, I've been on this commission 8.5 years, and I remember when I first came on how much of a backlog there was, and that's the reason that you've heard me compliment Julie and the work that she does and the good job she does and the way she stays on top of this, because
take all the credit.
Yes, Robin helped to whittle all these down, but you're continuing to keep them whittled down and staying on top of them, and we as this commission appreciate the job you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, don't leave out Chapman, because she did quite a few as well.
Oh, I know. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, we have had, and there's been some, at least consistency, I think, which you all might not have had in attorneys. I mean, even though there have been 6 since I've been here, some of them have lasted long enough to make a dent in the complaints, which has been great.
Well, it's good for the consumer. It's good It's good for the industry member. It's good for everybody.
Right, because you don't want it hanging over your head, like a resolution.
Ms. Maxwell, on a somewhat sour moment, how are we handling without Mandy there? Julie, can you handle it all by yourself?
I'm making it.
Okay.
The amount of civil penalties that we've collected in December was $19,980. Our total amount collected for this year is $130,037. That's the fiscal year from July the 1st through December the 31st, and we'll continue on until June the 30th. The next page shows the open complaint report by status, and it shows that we have 6 complaints that are currently waiting for a response, 87 that have been referred to legal, so that makes our total open complaints the 93 number. You can see that we've closed for the year 150 complaints, and all of last year we closed 220. So we are really, making our way through those. And you can see the numbers. There have been 119 closed with no action, 4 referred to outside agencies, 4 closed with a letter of warning or instruction, 22 with a consent order, and 1 for revocation. And that comprises the 150 that have been closed year to date. Are there any questions about that? And then the next page is the disciplinary action report. And on this disciplinary action report, there's one person who paid pursuant to a citation, and that's Mr. Marsh, who's 3 up from the bottom. He's the only person who paid pursuant to a citation. The rest of them were consent orders or went through the complaint process. It might have started a citation, but it ended up as a complaint process. Are there any questions about any of the complaint information?
Could I ask, on that list that you just went over, the bottom respondent,
Yes.
Mr. Thomas, does this say he's paid the fines and court costs and now his license, or is this just the action that we took?
It was the action that was taken. Normally, we try to wait till after the person pays, but because this was pursuant to a formal hearing and a final order, that person went ahead and was reflected on here. We haven't heard from that person, to my knowledge.
His license is suspended.
It is, and it'll expire, not too long.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there are no other.
One other question. Do we have many unlicensed activity? Half of these are unlicensed activity.
We have a, it kind of comes in sort of spurts, but we do have a lot of unlicensed activity. These were, unusual, I think, in that we were able to get them to make payment.
I guess that was my question. I mean, how many of our unlicensed activity have actually paid?
I would say not a very large percentage. Most of them just ignore. Most of them ignore. What we do initially usually is send a notice to cease and desist, and so that goes out to the individual. And then if sometimes, some people will respond to that and say, I'm not engaged in unlicensed activity because of X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And then other people just ignore it, and we will open a complaint against those individuals. If there's a penalty, these are probably some of the few people I've seen actually pay the penalty.
They're probably paying because eventually they want to get a real estate license, possibly.
And we did, these people in particular, we had sent an auditor by there, and they had been very actively engaged in real estate. Yeah, for a long time. Well, when I first got here, as a matter of fact, someone mentioned him. So, he's been engaged, I think, probably for 10 years or so, pretty openly, manages a number of houses or works on them. So I think that he had more visibility probably than some of the people did in a bigger operation.
Well, is the administration at all concerned about unlicensed activity? Because, we would, to make it...
Michelle.
is anybody concerned besides me?
I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I think we're very concerned about unlicensed activity, just to the potential harm to the public. And they're not under the jurisdiction of anyone who's going to make them try to enforce rules against them, and it gives an unfair advantage to the unlicensed person really over the licensed individual who's spent a lot of time and money and effort building up a business. I think the administration, I do think the administration is concerned about it. I think that it's...
How do other states deal with this?
Other states, almost every state allows a civil penalty to be assessed against someone engaged in unlicensed activity. Some states, like Mississippi, as I've mentioned before, actually arrested someone for impersonating a real estate licensee. I think that was sort of an odd set of circumstances, but in any event, it did happen. Some of the states fine $5,000 to $10,000 or more, a percentage of the amount of money that the person received, which might be difficult to ascertain because you would have to have the authority and enforce it to go in and look at those books of someone who's not a licensee.
What are the? I'm sorry I keep asking questions, but what are the chances of getting information together to possibly present to the administration to show that this is a problem and we need some stiffer legislation?
We've got a lot
Why
of
is anybody
information.
interested in that?
Well, I'm like you. I think it's could be a detriment to the communities.
And to the profession.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to put a stop to it. It's just figuring out how.
And I think it's not only having the authority to do it, but then really the authority to go through and actually enforce it. Because now,
It's the enforcement I'm worried
correct, because
about.
now the commission itself has the authority to go to court to get an injunction. But in actuality, that's not going to happen because the Attorney General's
They're
office
just not going to do it.
handles, and they handle litigation. So you have to be able to enforce it, or you continue to assess civil penalties and.
Not collect them.
Well,
Except a few.
The Attorney General's office gets things over 10,000. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, they get. They will go and attempt to collect things that items that are over a certain amount of money.
Will you bring that to us or do you hear of that? Do they call,
I've
send it back here and say, we collected this because somebody was, we've had some pretty egregious things before
We have
us.
had some pretty egregious things, and we were sending them to the district attorney in the county for which in which the person was actively engaged in the real estate business. I think you're still doing that in addition to.
Usually, some of the ones that we have closed and referred have been ones that are more like scammers that we don't know,
Right. Well,
that we
those, yeah.
can't locate. I think last month there was a motion made on one of the unlicensed people to add sending it, which I did. But I don't think that's what we did with those individuals.
Right. And we haven't. That doesn't always. Well, that doesn't always really work that well. I think the DAs are busy and they don't always have time to, which is understandable, to get involved in that activity. It may be that the civil penalty is a better way to go if you can find the person. And the scams, some of the things you just aren't.
Well,
The
some
people
of
don't have an address.
right.
We know we're not going to be able to find some of the more egregious scams that are going on right now, like timeshare resales.
Right.
We just know that the people aren't even probably located in the state.
Right.
Or any place else probably that someone's going to find them. But by and large, if they've got a place in a business, then we can try to go in there and find out information about it. And that's the hardest part, as I say, getting in to get the information that we need.
Ms. Maxwell, we talked before about the Oklahoma statute.
Right.
Are we still pushing on that?
We don't push legislation,
No.
but Commissioner Stevenson had talked to someone about that. Oklahoma and Nebraska, there are several states, Arkansas, that have pretty strong statutes. But again, as I say, one has to enforce it one way or the other. And like to get enough information, if it was going to go to a formal hearing, say, you would have to be able to send someone into the firm or into the operation to audit it and get enough information if it ended up in a formal hearing situation. So that's another issue that we face because we don't have jurisdiction over them. When we send the auditors by, like the auditor in the west part of the state has been able to get into several of these places to audit whatever they would let him see. Now, a couple of them, after he went 2 or 3 times, they said, we're not talking to you anymore. And we didn't have, so we had no further ability to enforce that because we didn't have jurisdiction over them since they were unlicensed.
Well, the Oklahoma statute would give us jurisdiction.
It would, yeah, right. It does.
Yeah. It seems like that should be something that the TAR would want to carry. And also, when we've got the request for an AG opinion on the LLC, when that comes down, and I can't see possibly how it can come down any other way than just saying that this is clearly unlicensed activity.
Yeah, and do you know the status of that?
As far as I know, it's still pending with the AG's office.
But that will be massive.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that's kind of
We can't handle that. That would be massive.
That's kind of been. Yeah, we have been waiting to hear what the AG's opinion was going to be.
Well, and this also gets into some of the conversation we're going to have later. We have auditors and not investigators. So does Oklahoma have investigators?
They do. They have a.
So if you hear of somebody that's doing unlicensed activity, we could send somebody out to investigate them, but
And
they would have to do it under the law.
Right, and the Oklahoma does have investigators, and they and really number of the states. If you remember from Morella, they have investigators who are trained in investigative techniques, and they go out and ask more, would do more of a forensic audit or something that would be more akin to that, not in the true sense probably of a real forensic audit, but something that would be akin to a forensic audit, or at least ask questions that would get you to the point where maybe, close to where a forensic audit might get you.
Well, they could possibly find people that maybe were scammed or whatever, I would think.
Right,
An investigator would go down that line, where our auditors really just look at the books.
Correct, right, and they would be better trained to ask questions that might prompt answers, and then ask, follow-up questions. And that's true, and Oklahoma has a good, they have a very good system with their investigators.
Ms. Maxwell, I'd defer to Mr. McMillan, but it's my thought that obtaining a judgment with the proof isn't there, we in the past relied on presumptions and say if they're going to prove something different, that automatically you just have a judgment of $10,000. I mean, I've seen that happen. In the absence of proof, it's just put it back on them.
It's an option.
Yeah.
Because ours right now aren't judgments, if the consent orders aren't.
Mr. North.
Julie, with regards to that pending decision from the AG's office, it's been there now for about a year or so. That's extremely long, even for the AG's office. Can somebody check on that and get back to us at the next meeting?
The deputy counsel came into my office the other day for another matter and said that the assistant AG had contacted him. He did call once with questions. Wayne and I were on a phone call with the assistant AG. He was going to work on it some more, and it's my understanding he's contacted Wayne again, and we should be talking with him in the near future, so I'll try to get more information.
So it sounds like he's probably doing some redrafting.
I think he's working on it right now. I think once the final request went to him, it was May of last year. So, yeah, it is approaching. I think the opinion request is dated May when it was sent over there. So I'll follow up and try to get more information. I do know that they have it, and they're working on it right now. So.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's the second version of it, because we sent one version over first.
I'm not
so
sure.
It's been a year longer.
I think, I know it was May. I know one went over in May, but it's been a topic of discussion for a period of time.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions? If not, the next topic is licensing statistics. So,
Yeah, it's licensed.
Licenses, but I don't see it on my screen. Oh, there it is.
I didn't come back to that.
Here's an experience here.
Yeah, you go to your library. Licensing statistics. It might read easier this way. It's up to you. All you do is just turn it around.
Are y'all hot?
Mm-hmm. Why do you ask?
Are y'all hot? In the audience, are y'all hot?
We're in the hot seat, of course we're hot.
Is everybody got that?
We're waiting on
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Super efficient. The first page on the number of licensees, this is as of 12/28 of 12. We have the number of active people we had at that point, 23,513, which is 222 less than last month. Our inactive licensees was up 115 to 990. The retired licensees, 9,272, was 90 less than it was in November. The broker release individuals are up by 47. We have 468 people in broker release. So our grand total of individual licensees of affiliate brokers, brokers, and timeshare individuals is 34,243, which is 150 less than last month. The firms, we have 3,964 active firms, which is 31 less than last month, and 276 retired firms, which is 4 less than last month, for a total of 4,240 firms, which is 35 less than we had last month. Our totals, the grand total of the number of licensees, both firms and individuals, is 38,483, which is 185 less than November. And, are there any questions about that?
I just had an observation, Ms. Maxwell. We've got 90, over the month of December, we had 90 less retired people, and we had 222 less active people. What are those retired people doing? Just not renewing their licenses, just letting them?
They're just letting them
Go
go.
away.
Mm-hmm. And Betsy says she sees, more and more of that where they just let it go. A lot of those, the older generation, the oldest generation, the 4-digit licenses.
Watch it now.
The 4-digit licensees, they're by and large letting their licenses go instead of renewing them.
Yeah, Wendell's license number, I think, is 3. It's 3.
Well, gosh, I don't even know if that registers on our little printout anymore. But so it is a lot of people who are not renewing. But then on the other hand, over the last week, we've gotten a lot of reinstatement requests. We've gotten a lot of new applications. So it looks like it's picking up. You think that in a number of months, but then when you go to do the numbers, you might have gained here, but you really lost there, and so you aren't coming out with a net gain at all.
Are we having several people taking the exams?
We are. If you look in the additional statistics, which are closer to the back, we had, let's see, that's on the second to that's on page 2 of the additional statistics. We had 229 people take the exam this December, and we had 150 people take it last December. And then in 2006, we had 769 people take the exam. And so we're down from that, obviously, but we are up from 2011. We were up, from 150 to 229. For the total for the year, the number of people who have taken the exam is 3,068. So our average this year per month was 256 people, and our average for 2011 was 197 people. So there are more people taking the exam, and hopefully that'll translate into additional licensees that we get to come on board.
Ms. Maxwell, what's your best guess? We posited the situation where with the renewal of E&O and a lot of other expenses that there'd be a continued diminution. But it sounds like you're optimistic that the numbers are about bottomed out.
Well, I don't know if it bottomed out, but I'm sort of.
Or do you have a guess?
Well, last month we guessed, but you didn't get a chance to guess, so you might want to add yours
we
to
have,
the
yes.
to the mix.
We want to go back, yes. And those that weren't here, yes, we have a bet going on.
Our traditional year-end wager on who's going to guess the right number.
That's right. I have those numbers. If you'd like to weigh in on that, I think that I would have thought that they would have. and the numbers would have gone down because of all the fees that are due at this point. But we have, as I say, over the last week, actually gotten. We have stacks of applications and reinstatements coming in. So that could just be.
They're
a little
saying
flurry.
that the economy's improving.
I think that's what it
the
is.
market's improving.
They're reading
We didn't
that.
fall off the cliff.
Yeah. So they decided to jump on in.
Caught us by the hair of our head just before we failed.
That's right.
But now, Ms. Maxwell, did we decide that those numbers were going to be as of February the 28.
This was active licensees as of
March meeting.
2/28/12. Would you like to weigh in?
Oh, no.
28,
13.
I'm sorry, 13. I put 12 down here. 13.
You don't want to hear everybody's numbers?
Let me hear everybody's numbers. That's
But you don't want to weigh in?
no.
I bet he will.
I bet you will. Bear said 22,235. Janet said 23,120. Michelle 22,500. Isaac 23,250. John
Isaac was what?
23,250. John was 23,347. Wendell was 22,035. Grover was 21,925.
20. No, 20. What Grover again?
21,925. Austin must have missed that opportunity to.
Now's the time.
What were we wagering for? What was the prize?
Just being right.
Austin, I think you get a pin.
You really get a certificate.
That says you were right.
Suitable for framing.
A pink and green.
That's right, that's suitable for framing, yes. Would you like to weigh in?
I got one.
Then I don't think you have to worry about the
If
certificate.
you go over, you lose, right? So I go.
Yeah. Yeah, the rules aren't that exact.
Yeah, we're making up the rules.
Put
as
Austin
we
down
go.
at 1. And then what are you going to
Dave, what do you think?
I'm going to defer.
The first of what? February 28th?
Yeah.
Oh, how many will there be?
Okay, so that, I don't know the number,
Fall out, you won't encourage them to,
the rest of this week, the numbers went down, so, I don't know if they'll go up, and we haven't seen obviously all the things that have come in over the last little bit of time, the last week, but the
All
ones
these
that,
dues due for the associations now, were they?
No, they have until the 28th of February.
That's where you know.
Yeah. They just keep getting fined until the 28th of February, and at that point, you get cut off.
they keep getting fined, they get fined for that?
They get a, late fee added to it every 15 days.
Whoa.
So they'll get their first late fee on the 15th of January, then another one on the 30th, and then another one on the 15th of February, and then they get cut off.
You know, it takes 63 more.
I'm sure most of them don't want to get to that point.
No, most of them are going to push it to the 27th, you know.
Right. And then
And then
do that. I can see that. If you notice on the first page of the additional statistics, you can see that our total licensees, it compares the number of individual licensees from 1228 of 12 to, if you look at, like, I have 1214 of 97 on there, and you can see that in 97 we had 20,440 individuals licensed compared to 23,513 today. And in 08, we had 31,836 individuals licensed. So we're better than 97, but considerably less than 1231 of 08, right? Which was just sort of the beginning of the downturn as you see it go through. But if you look at 11, it's really not bad. We had 23,896 individuals licensed in 11 compared to the 23,513. So the decrease has definitely slowed down in the last 12 months. At least it appears that it has. The inactive individuals a lot of the inactive people are not getting their education, so they are just not renewing by the fact that they don't have education, they cannot renew. So they just fall off. They try to retire, go into an inactive status, and then they just fall off because they don't get their CE, which is required before you can actually retire your license. The broker releases have gone down a lot since our high, where everyone was broker releasing people because of E&O. And this year, while we've had a whole lot of broker releases come in, which appear to be the result of E&O, they're happening a lot faster. We got a whole lot of them before 12/31. So it's, it looks like the brokers are a little more attuned to that than they have been in previous periods of time.
Well, I'm getting more calls about that too.
Are you?
Uh-huh.
That's good. I mean, that's good. We have stacks of stuff.
About the brokers calling, going, now, if I've got licensees that don't renew, I'm gonna get fined, or don't pay their E&O, I'm getting fined, and I'm like, yeah. They're like, well, it's not my responsibility. Yes, it's your responsibility to supervise and make sure they get their E&O. Well, that's just not fair.
I refer all my calls to you.
I like that.
So, Eve, does a broker avoid the $1,000 fine if they broker release a license back to the state?
They do if they do it, well, they should do it before 1/1, but they'll have until the 30th of March to do that.
The licensee still will get a fine.
Correct, because they still have to have E&O. Even in a broker, the only status that you do not have to have E&O in by statute is a retired status. So everyone else, even if you're broker released, you have to have E&O. And that applies to affiliates and brokers and timeshare sales people. So every one of those individuals would have to have E&O. The E&O numbers look pretty, I mean, it looks like people are getting E&O.
Excuse me. If a licensee is inactive, he doesn't have to have E&O.
The statute says retired, but because an inactive individual under the statute, under a different part of the statute, is defined as someone who has basically tried to temporarily retire but had not completed their education, then one would think that you wouldn't have to have E&O if you're in that, because that's where you're headed. You're either headed to not being able to renew because you don't have, you didn't have a role to retired, or you're headed to a retirement. Because once if you're inactive, once you get education, you automatically roll to retired. So I would say you do not have to have it if you applied, filled out the form and sent it in to us.
When do the fines start being issued to the affiliates for no E&O?
But
how long do they
have until March the 30th
the
if they can get it backdated. And so until you really can't get a snapshot until after that time, because you don't know if they're going to be able to get it backdated. Anyone that's had continuous coverage and asked can get it backdated as long as they don't have a claim or know about a claim that's outstanding. And so by and large, people can wait up until close to that day.
So we don't issue any
I think it's senseless. I think it's senseless to require you to have all your education to retire your license. You ought to have your education when you come out of retirement, where we'll refresh you. If I'm going to retire my license, what I care, why do you want them to have the education to be able to retire the license?
What is the logic in that?
It used to be the other way around. I mean, you didn't have to have it to retire. And then I think the last time we discussed this, I think Austin's, figured out that people were trying, what you thought people were trying to do was avoid the system by putting their license in retirement and then taking it back out.
Seemed like they could.
Yeah, off and on during their renewal periods, so that they could kind of play a game. And I guess
you don't renew it. You would not renew it, or let them come back active until they meet those requirements.
Right, and there was, three years ago maybe, Campfield was introducing a bill that would require you to get education as you came out, as opposed to as you're going in, within 12 months of coming out, which would be fine. Most people who want to come out of retirement decide today they want to come out of retirement tomorrow, which, you would have to just do some more planning, which would be okay.
But what I need an education for, if I'm going to retire my license, when I need the education is when I decide to come back into the
right, when
the
you've been
market.
out for
I've been
period
out
of time.
2 years, 5 years, or 10 years. You have a lot of young people that maybe get their license, retire them, and pursue another field, and then when they semi-retire, that won't come back.
Yeah, we do have people who've been retired 10 or 20 years, and then they want to get back into the business. and they've been away from it so long, you just think, well, it's changed dramatically.
Those are the people that need the education. Then you could come back and say, well, I need the education too, because I'm grandfather now.
Yeah, but you've been active all these years,
Right.
and that's a little different. You didn't drop out to go
I
go
believe
sell lumber or whatever. You dropped.
I've been
You
here
didn't drop
44
out.
years, so I believe I'm
Yeah.
going to make it.
Yeah, I think you're gonna make it.
You keep promising me you're not gonna be here long.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that the commission can work
Time
on.
for a break, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is that done by a rule?
It's statute.
It's statutory.
Well, we need to work on changing that.
Well, we need to work on several things statutory. You better get hurry up because the legislature is going to adjourn.
It is 10:15. We've been requested to have a break. We're going to have a 10-minute break. Commission stands at recess.
So what do we have to do? Have a motion here and get somebody to carry it for us?
No, I mean, I think really it doesn't, I mean.
The
we don't-
legislature.
I wasn't ready.
No cussing.
Call the Real Estate Commission back into session. While we were at break, I was talking to Commissioner Alexander. He was sharing to me. I asked him, I said, how old you are? And he wouldn't tell me. He said, I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but he said, I will tell you my Social Security number is 4.
Sorry, say for it.
4. Okay.
Was that a story or a trick? I was trying to figure out.
I'm going to go ahead and share something with y'all. Last night during dinner, I popped off a veneer that's on one of my front teeth, and it won't stay on. I got some glue from CVS, and I've been very self-conscious because I got a stub that this blame thing won't stay on. And every now and then I spit it out when I talk, so I may turn this meeting over to my vice chairman and let her finish it up today.
Whatever you want to do.
Nobody can notice it. but you-
Okay.
Nobody.
Continue on, Ms. Maxwell.
Yes. Just one other statistic before we move on to the E&O. The number of applications that we got in December of this year was 126 compared to 131 last year and compared to 218 in November of 2012. So the December application approved number is not that great, but as I say, in the last week we've had, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the additional statistics page 2. Oh, page 10 of, right, of the total. 11 of 13 is what it is of the total.
What are we on?
11 of 13 of the additional statistics.
License.
No, I'm back at the library. Yeah, there we are.
But that was all. I mean, if there are not any other questions about the licensing, we can go on just to a very brief update about the E&O.
I have a question
Okay.
before we move out of the statistics. On here, we've got real estate firm closures and real estate firms retired.
Correct.
What differentiates that?
Some people choose to close their firm, like just shut it down, terminate it, and then others choose to truly put it in retirement, just like you would put your own license in retirement. So, you know, the people that are in retirement have to pay the renewal fee every 2 years for their real estate firm license, just as you would for your individual license. And the people that close it, they're just gone out of the business completely. And I guess some people think they're going to come back, they want their firm back, or they don't want someone to use their name. You know, I guess people have different reasons for actually retiring their firm
Yeah, I thought
license.
that's kind of odd.
Yeah, it
You're talking
is.
about getting a smart position. You're going to have to get this commission. You're going to have authority to do what you was talking about.
Well, we need a vote. We need
But-
a motion, Mr. Alexander.
Can we?
You need to-
I want to go back and, it's not I'm glad for all I've been on the record. We were discussing, and I brought up the situation a few minutes ago about people retiring their license and having to have their education for the retirement. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. If we can find a sponsor that we asked that bill to be changed where that if you retire your license, that you have to have your continued education if you come out of retirement. If you don't ever come out of retirement, you don't have to have any more education.
Within a certain period of time or before you take them out, period?
Can you find the
Well,
statute
you're
for
gonna,
us to
as
read it?
far as I'm concerned, it's just like getting a new license. Before you get a new license, if you've been licensed, you gotta have all your education. So if you're gonna come back into the trade, then you have all of the education before your license or reactivated.
You see, like right now, your license won't renew if you don't have the education because the 303 requires that you get education as a condition preceding to renewal. So they would just have to.
It still work. What I'm saying would work.
Right, we just have to all work together.
Can I get Julie?
You've already got it in place
read
where
it?
you got to have all your education before you can renew. It's simply if you apply it and want to come back in, you can't do it today. You've got to get it. If you don't have your education, then you get it in order
Right.
for your license or reissue.
Commissioner Alexander's made a motion,
I'll second that.
and seconded by Commissioner DeShara, that in order to bring your license out of retirement, you have to have, you talking about 16 hours of continuing education?
Whatever you got to
Whatever the
have.
law is.
That's what it is, 16 hours.
Well, if they don't have, if they're a new person, then they won't have whatever it is. When you review that applicant that's got a retired license, whatever is required for he or she to have it, that's what they got to have before their license are reinstated.
You've heard the motion, you've heard the second. Discussion.
Can I ask Julie to read the current?
Okay. The current statute is 6213-318. Subsection 2 of that statute states temporary retirement will not be permitted unless all educational requirements specified in section 62-13-303 have been completed.
What we want to do is get that amended and changed, and you'll have to do it by bill.
Is this similar to the law that Campfield, you said, was trying to get passed?
Yes. Well, that's what it was required. That his said that within the 12 months prior to coming out of retirement, you had to have 16 hours of CE.
Prior to coming out or after coming out?
No, it was prior to, so that you would have to do
to this?
No. It would take it from before to prior to taking your license out of retirement.
So it would just change the wording from before to prior to.
Well, I mean, it didn't say
12
prior
months
to,
prior.
but something,
Yeah.
akin to that. And that was the requirement. I don't think it seemed like it was maybe a January or February when we went over there. He wanted to ask some questions about what it said currently. That was probably 3 years ago. It was when Catherine was still here, so maybe it was 3, 4 years. It was not in the most recent legislative session. It's probably 3 or 4 years ago. It was 2010. Okay, so that's when it was.
Not even period.
So I understand your concept here, Mr. Alexander. If somebody hasn't completed their continuing education, they can still retire their license if your proposal eventually gets statutorily approved.
Right.
Does it then your motion or proposal doesn't affect anything about coming out of retirement?
That's what it affects.
That's what
coming
it
out.
affects.
Well, I mean, you can't come out of retirement without your education intact,
Right.
up to date now, anyhow, right?
Right, but your license won't renew at the renewal period if you don't have your education, because 303 requires 16 hours of education as a condition preceding to renewal. So if you're in an inactive state because you haven't gotten the required CE in that renewal period that you went into retirement, then your license won't renew that period. Now, once you're in retirement, the statute provides for it to renew. But when you're in that inactive state, you haven't met that condition preceding of education that you need to have a license renewed. So that first hurdle is getting over that.
It moves all of those licenses that are inactive to sit there because it doesn't have the education. It gets them retired. You're gonna get, I just don't,
Is there, would you envision a fiscal note to a change like this? Would income to the Department of Commerce and insurance be affected on a change like this?
Initially, I think it would be affected from an internal standpoint, because if RBS could be programmed that way, it would take a reprogramming of RBS the way it's currently set up, because RBS has a checklist of, like internally has a checklist of renewal items, and, so it goes down that, and it's money and education, those requirements. So it would take a change of that, and there's a set fee that they tell us to use in the fiscal note, which I don't know what it'll be this year. In the past, I think it's been $5,000. That's just sort of a set fee. And so it would take that amount of money. I don't think from any other standpoint it would have an impact. It might have more people not lose their licenses, at least initially, because they wouldn't have to get that CE to go into a retired status. Because we do lose the inactive people who just say, I'm not getting my education, I'm just not going to renew. How much of an impact it would be, I don't know.
In retired status, do we collect a fee for that?
They got to pay the $80 every 2 years.
Okay, so if there are more people out of inactive and into retirement, there's a possibility that we would generate more income.
Right, I don't know how, as I say, I don't know how, it would be, I don't know, I wouldn't guess right now how much, but as I say, you would have those inactive people that are just falling by the wayside. Some of those you would assume would just continue, they would pay their renewal fee if they didn't have to get CE, and they would continue on to at least some point in time. They may not forever, but at least for some point in time.
see, I did that with my funeral director's license. I paid them for 30 years since I've been out of funeral business.
But you're retired. That's a retired license, right?
Yeah.
An active license, does that generate the same amount of income as a retired license?
An inactive license?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't, because if you're in an inactive status today, your license won't renew at the end of your current renewal period. So that money's just gone. If you don't get your CE, your license doesn't renew, so you're gone. The retired people, every 2 years they pay their $80 or whatever the renewal fee is at that point in time, and they pay that. So those people are generating that income. The inactive people, if they didn't get CE, fallen by the wayside. So you've lost them as a licensee.
What are the benefits of inactive?
Do what?
What are the benefits to be inactive?
Well, there's not, like a licensee can't choose inactive. The statute provides for TREC to put you in an inactive status if you have applied for retirement. Filled out TREC 1 for retirement and paid your fee, but you don't have your education. You lack only the education. And so the statute doesn't allow you to go into retirement unless you have met the educational requirements, which are a condition preceding to renewal. And retirement puts you in a status where you can renew your license every 2 years.
So it could potentially generate more income, because those inactive people would just be retired and could keep paying their dues.
And wouldn't be, they might not be deterred by the fact that they have to get 16 hours of education before, before their expiry day. How much impact, I don't know.
That makes more sense, Wendell. I like your idea.
It's nice for somebody to appreciate it.
Under this question.
Question's been called.
Can I ask, I had a question before the question.
Okay.
How much education would be required of somebody to come out of retirement? Or how would we figure out how much education they had to have?
It's 16 hours.
You mean like if they'd gotten, say, 8, that say you had a 2-year licensing period and you had 8 when you retired. So would you then be able to carry that, or would you just have to start all over?
I think you start all over.
I think you start all over. You have to have 16 before you renew, period.
Well, it's like Wendell said, they could have been out of business 20 years.
Right.
So you don't want to carry 8 hours of education from 20 years ago.
Just lose that.
Well, I guess I was thinking of kind of three different components of it. First, whatever your deficiency was at the time you actually retired. So one question will be, do you have to make up that deficiency? Second question, in the number of years that you were retired, is there any requirement that you get any education looking back for however long that was? And then third, in the time period, like you were saying, Senator Campbell's bill, was 12 or 16 hours in the 12 months beforehand. Is there some requirement there? And so I was trying to figure out if we're going to do this. I mean, I'm okay with the concept. I was just digging down a little bit into the specifics of how you would figure out how much you would require of them.
I think it's just 16 hours.
I'd say 16 hours or whatever, if we change it, whatever the requirements are at that time. In other words, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we may decide that you have to have more than 16 hours of continuing education, so why not put in the bill if we go this route, that whatever the requirements are at the time you try to renew, that's what you have to have.
One other question. Could we put in that they lose their grandfather ability?
Well, I was wondering about the grandfathers too.
Yeah, I don't care, because there's not.
It's not that many anyway.
There's not very few.
But everybody
there's very few
starts
of us left anyway.
I told you there's 6,000 of you left.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, we've been around a long time.
Actually, no. Some of those brokers just got their license in 2005 and their grandfather.
Any other comments or
Was that-
discussion on the motion?
We're still discussing over
Well, just
here.
give me, I'm ignoring Commissioner Flitcroft's call for question.
Okay, I have one quick question. So if this passes, then what does staff do with the,
Well,
or what do we do with it?
You got to find somebody to draft your bill and get it.
So is this like an intent of the commission type motion?
Well, then who follows up?
If you don't, if Ms. Char thinks she's got somebody that will carry that bill, if we don't get it done this year, we'll get it done next year. It'll stay just like it is until we get it, but we've got authorization to do it if you get somebody to carry the bill.
Commission's behind it.
Yeah, the commission, basically this motion, the commission is going on record to try to proceed with having a statutory change, and probably the first thing we need to do, go talk to Representative Campfield.
Senator Campbell.
Senator, excuse me, he's senator, yes, I'm sorry. Talk to
Is that
him.
a piece of gum you just took out?
No, that's my tooth. Any other discussion on the motion? I think everybody understands exactly where we're going with this motion. Question has been...
One thing I'd like to point out,
Okay.
under the scenario where you've got an individual who's maybe got 4 hours of continuing ed requirement left before their next renewal time, and they put their license in retirement, and let's say 6 months before their renewal, they put it in retirement, and then all of a sudden they want to come out of retirement before that 6 month, before the expiry date. We're saying that they then have to go back and get 16 hours, not 4 hours.
Well, if they're still in
I
their,
want to understand if that's
if
what
they're
we're saying.
still in their expiry date, that wouldn't affect them, would it, Eve? Because if they're still within their expiry time frame and came back out, they'd still just have to get the 4 hours, right?
That's what, like today, that's what happens if you go in with,
But the
during
legislature, or the proposed legislation would make them get 16 hours. I didn't hear any,
Well, we didn't address the expiry dates.
and that's what I'm asking. Is that what we're saying? We want it to be that way, or we want them to be able to go back and start, recapture those hours that they needed before their license expired? Or is it an automatic 16, and once that retirement hammer hits, it's automatic 16?
Why don't you,
I think so.
since I made the motion, I'll address it.
Speak up now. Speak up for the record.
I see where you're coming in, and I think if you can reopen or get your license activated in that period of time that it likes, and you've got 4 hours, then you get the balance if you do it before the renewal You see what I'm saying?
In your
16
original
is
expired.
16 or the deficit that was needed prior to expiration.
If you do it with your present license. In other words, if your renewal date and you've got 6 months or you've got 9 months, if you reapply to come back in at that period of time, then you have it. Now, it may muddy the bill a little bit, and I don't know what's going to happen when you do that. But
I think if we don't address it, it's one of those things that's going to come back around on us.
Why don't you make a friendly amendment to the motion?
So maybe.
Okay.
So is the idea that if it has only been retired for a certain period of time, then instead of the 16 hours over 12 months, we're going to require whatever the deficit was at the time you retired?
Well, if,
As long as
okay,
you're coming back in before your expiration date.
yeah, if your expiration date, let's say, was July 13th of 2013, and you retired your license on December 31st, 2012, and only lacked 4 hours. Well, in March, you decide you want to come back in. Your license had not expired yet, so all you would have to do is get that 4 hours to reactivate those licenses.
Well,
You have people that do that.
An anniversary date that is not tied to year end, and you've got beginning of year dues that are due in a lot of associations. So I can see somebody retiring in December because they don't have the funds to pay those association dues, but their intent is not to stay out. It's just until they can get that money, and then they come back in 3 months later before the license expires.
Well,
So
and
the penalty would only be the educational hours that are needed as opposed to a full 16.
I think that's the way it ought to be.
And Austin, I've got a prime example for that. One of my agents turned 62. I don't need a microphone.
You got that
I'm loud enough. And he retired his license and decided he didn't like being retired.
When you said 62.
No, because John made a nasty
I was
comment.
not nasty, it was just appropriate.
So I can't whip him from here. I just point at him.
Don't want to injure that arm either.
But he retired his license when he turned 62. Well, he decided he don't like being retired, so he's already retired his license like in July of last year, and in December he took him out of retirement. So retirement did not agree with him. So that's another case where you have that kind of thing happen.
It will eventually, and I know the question's been called for, but it will stop a lot of these folks that flip in and out.
Jumping in and out, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's a benefit to the public. That's who we're here to represent.
I agree.
So, just one other scenario. So if I've got a licensee who's also in the National Guard, and he's called up to spend a year in Afghanistan or some point like that, I'm likely going to encourage him to retire his license before he goes, right? And if his education isn't current at the time, he ought to be able to bring that license back out when he gets back to the States and back in the real estate business.
But the way it is right now, he can't do that. He hadn't got his education. But my proposal will be he can do it.
Well, my point is that there are certain special circumstances that might make this bill more palatable to sponsors if we included military service or some of the issues that you're trying to bring up, Isaac. Just a comment.
Currently, in order to bring a license out of retirement, is there any educational requirement?
There's not, I mean, if you've had it in retirement and you're on to another renewal period, say you've had it in for 3 renewal periods, there is not currently any educational requirement to bring it out. I mean, you could have been retired literally 20 years, and what you did,
So
you
it
paid
seems
$25.
like
Because there's an education requirement to put it in your retirement.
But I think if we're performing the duty of protecting the public, we want to have educated licensees. And so if you've got somebody who hasn't had any education in 20 years and they're permitted to practice, then that would be a concern. And that's what we're trying to address through the amendment.
Got it.
Okay. Question's been called for, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll proceed. This is a work in progress. We'll continue with all the comments that have been made, and we'll...
Can you email all of them? Well, except for Bayer. Okay.
Okay.
You can call me.
Next on our...
The next thing on the agenda is just a real brief update on the E&O. And there's the first little book there in the bookstore is the E&O. And as I say, this is just a real brief update. Rice in-house currently believes they have about 16,600 renewal applications. They have input into our system, at least according to our system, 13,089. Rice had 9 states that all renewed as of 12/31, so they had a number of renewal applications, and then their web server for the payment online went down for a couple of days. So that sort of further, I think, caused some issues for them. The licensees kept at it trying to pay, and I think that they don't know what effect it had, but I don't think it's had a whole lot of effect. Everyone, at least that we've talked to at our office, said they just kept on going, kept on trying to pay. We've gotten a whole lot of certificates of insurance faxed to us, emailed to us, mailed to us. Everyone is responding at least in a positive way of sending in their information to us, particularly since the download is a little bit behind. Rice's download to us is just running a little bit behind, I think, because of all the applications they got in. But if you take Rice's, the number that we have for Rice, which, as I say, is 13,089, we show alternate carriers right now at 3,715, and we show no insurance for about 6,600 individuals, and that totals up to 23,493, the number that the system recognized as all of our licensees who need insurance. So those are good numbers. And then if Rice really has 16,600 in-house that they haven't input all of those, it looks like we probably have about 20,000 people insured, which is a lot better than we have been in past years. So that, hopefully that trend will continue, and we'll end up with almost everyone insured at least. They've got till March the 30th, as we say, if they can get it backdated. So all the totals obviously aren't in yet. But Rice is still downloading, inputting the ones that they got before 1/1.
Let me ask you a question, Ms. Matthew. You made reference to the fact that people were sending in their certificates. I just want to be clear, that's not a requirement. It's just something people were doing to make certain that you had it on record?
That is correct. It's not a requirement unless you have an alternate carrier who doesn't download, and then we have to have proof of alternate insurance. Okay. And so those people would have to
rely on Rice to feed us the information.
Correct. And actually, Rice downloads Crylike, and they have I think they had 1,675 downloaded. Theirs expires the 15th of January. But Rice, Crylike, Williams, Crees, and then some of the timeshares who have their own insurers, they all input into our system. So that, we do have a number of, the people with the largest number do input into our system. The individuals are emailing them in and sending them in and faxing them in, I think just because they're not showing up on the website when they look. And they're just, I think really people are like, I'm not going to get caught. And they're sending it in, which is, of course, a good thing, except that we have stacks of faxes that have come in. But it is, it's good that they're reacting to it in a proactive fashion.
What do you think about sending an email out to all the brokers and asking them to check their agents, and if they have this frame of time that they can ask them to step aside to avoid penalty?
Well, we sent an email out on December the 27th. Steve had gotten the, email addresses from the associations. And so I wrote an email and they sent it out. And then we figured the next time we would try to send it to the brokers alone once we sort of shook that out and saw where we stood. I've asked Cindy if she would give me all their email addresses, since, we don't have email addresses for a number of people. And they haven't gotten those to me yet. They would have to be in a form that would be usable to us. But how many did that end up, Steve?
I don't have the number, but it went out to roughly every TAR.
And then they sent it out.
We got it.
I saw it. I don't remember what it said, but I saw it.
I'm talking about the people who don't have a TAR.
Well, see, that's why I'd asked Rice if they would give us their email addresses so that we would have access to those. Because the principal brokers would be the next group that one would want to try to target once we got maybe we have to wait for some of the more of the information, I think, to get input into our system, and then maybe.
I think we give them a little warning, it might be good faith on our part, and we're trying to help them.
Right, and they did, this time when the letter went out, as you know, it had the policy on the back, and I do think a lot of people read the policy because more people are asking questions about the fines, and more principal brokers, as I say, they're broker releasing people who don't have it, so they're, I think, more cognizant. But we do need to make sure that they know the list of people that don't at that point have it. I think that's a good idea. Hopefully we'll get the email addresses.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment for staff. 2 years ago, we went through the same thing, and Steve, if you could find some way to do that, publish a list of offenders and that sort of thing. I'm thinking that we've got a good response if we're down to 3,000, like 15% or so.
I think we were like 11,000, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years ago.
Yeah, in 2009 we were at 11,400, and in 2011 we were at 7,500. That was as of the 5th. So we're down. We're down considerably if you look at Rice's number that they say they actually have in-house, that they haven't input all of them to our system yet.
Ms. Maxwell, what was Rice's bid?
249. No,
249.
249. Right? Yeah.
How's that compared to last year?
Well, last year it was 230, or last time it was 234, but they did add some coverage.
More coverage.
The commission had asked for certain changes, and then they on their own added some other changes. They took out some of the things that ordinarily would have been riders and added them with the same sub-limit on it, so like $5,000 for key box or, like the lock box. But they did add some things within the policy itself.
Good.
Are there any other questions about the E&O? That's all I was going to say about the E&O. The next thing on the agenda is the discussion of TCA 6213-312B12 and 6213-312F. And there's a little portion of the iPad that deals with that, which sets forth those two sections of 6213-312. The two sections are set forth in there, and then the two situations that have come to us that we wanted to know some guidance from the commission. And I don't know how many individuals have had a chance to read this. It was sent last week, but I don't know whether you want me to read it, whether you want, how would you want?
This is pertaining to new licensees.
Existing licensees that have reported. We had two individuals that reported to the commission that they had convictions. Both of them weren't quite sure if they needed to under F, but I believe did it just to be sure that they wouldn't be automatically suspended. And this is how it is. That's how it has come up.
Julie, do you have the green book there?
I have my actual code book.
Yeah. What's the heading on B? Because in our thing we just have 12, and it starts off B, convicted in a court of competent. How does B start out?
He's going to go get the books.
Okay.
I can read it if you want.
Okay.
Subsection B states, the commission shall have the power to refuse a license for cause or to suspend or revoke a license where it has been obtained by false representation or by fraudulent act or conduct, or where a licensee, in performing or attempting to perform any of the acts mentioned herein, is found guilty of, and then it lists the subsection.
I have a question about the language. Automatically revoked if not reported within 60 days. Is that saying that on the 61st day, that individual's license goes away?
It says shall.
says the licensee's license shall automatically be revoked 60 days after the licensee's conviction unless the licensee makes a written request to the commission for a hearing during that 60-day period.
So it's automatic. We don't have a choice, it's automatic.
If it's not reported, if the conviction is not reported.
So this is one of those rare situations where there's automatic revocation as opposed to us having to have a hearing.
In the event that someone does not report it and we receive knowledge otherwise, 150 days later from someone else, or even if they notify us late, it's automatic. These two individuals that she described here did contact the commission within the 60 days. Our question is, if it were something, for example, a theft, or if it was a conviction for embezzlement, we would then open a complaint and process this through and ultimately have a hearing on it. The problem here is these offenses, the question is, are they similar enough? This statute says, or any similar offense or offenses.
But my point is, we've been told repeatedly that you cannot automatically revoke a license. This is saying that it is automatically revoked. I just want to be clear on which route we're taking.
If they do not notify us within that time period, then it's an automatic revocation.
We notify, I've been here, we've only done it
We don't have
twice.
a hearing, there's no requirement for us to have a hearing, they're out.
We do notify, we do tell them we revoke their license, yes, yeah.
Okay, but I'm simply saying, we don't have to have a hearing for that license to go away.
Only under that, only if they don't report within 60 days, after, well,
So who
So
reports
this is
it?
the one exception to the rule that we
that you have
have to
to
have a
have
hearing.
Who's going to do
That's
that?
yes, that's the way
These
it's
two
been
did, to
done.
be sure, but nobody else. You'll have people that will tell on you,
So-
so I imagine these two reported to be on the safe side in case someone else let us know. That way they had themselves covered as far as automatic revocation. They had notified.
Okay.
So Isaac, your question goes to due process.
Right. And if it's in for this, I don't understand why it's not in for some of the other stuff that we have to deal with.
I don't either. It's all listed under B, all these
Right.
items, just like escrow account, stuff like that.
Unlicensed activity. Of course, it's hard to
Unlicensed
revoke-
activity, I like that one.
It's hard to revoke a license when they don't
Don't
have
have
one.
It's just like item number 5, under that B.
That gives you a license, then revoke it.
That's right. No, you ain't ever getting
We
one.
let that go every time.
So this is
So
on
the
the
question is, if you commit one of these crimes that's listed in 12, but it doesn't have to do with a real estate transaction, do you fall under the reporting requirement and mandatory revocation situation?
That would be one situation, but in this case, these are drug charges, which are not listed in 12 in any way. It's how the commission would interpret or similar offense or offenses. These two individuals, these are drug possession. They're not along the same lines as those specified within 12, but you have or similar offenses.
Well, I think that the common thing among all the crimes that are described in 12, maybe with the exception of larceny, is deceit or type of factor, with forgery, embezzlement, obtaining money under false pretenses, bribery, larceny, extortion, conspiracy to defraud. All of those have an element of falsehood along with them. And so if you were selling drugs, you're just selling drugs. There's no dishonesty in the selling of drugs. It's illegal, but you weren't lying in selling the drugs, I assume. So I don't know that it would fall into the similarity requirement.
I don't see it falling under that
They all have
similarity.
to do with dishonesty.
Julie, if we were to address the matter, can we address it by rule or procedure?
You know,
Did you just want our opinion?
Well, with regard to these two individuals, I spoke with the deputy counsel, and based on the information we have, our understanding of it would be it doesn't appear to be similar enough. But you all are the commission. It would be, we brought it to you because we don't get many people that report. We happen to have two that are very similar, unrelated, report within a few days of each other, and so we thought it best to bring it to you all.
Well, I
If
think
it's only drug-related, based on the way the statute's written, I say they get a walk, because I don't see how it fits into
But the other
number 12 here.
The other thing, though, is I don't think you can take 12 out of the context of B, which says commission shall have the power to refuse a license or revoke if it's obtained by false representation, blah, 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 or where a licensee in performing or attempting to perform any of the acts mentioned herein is found guilty of. And so it seems like you would have to bring in that requirement that these crimes have to be in connection with a real estate transaction in order to have to self-report. Or is that not?
I think that
Or have y'all
could
not?
be. I mean, we haven't. You all are the ones that can really interpret this, and obviously someone could challenge it. But that's a definite possibility of the way it's worded to read it. I mean, that's reasonable in my opinion. But
Austin, go ahead.
I think this is just like the discussion we had a few months ago about the DUIs. I mean, same kind of thing. It didn't involve a real estate transaction, but yet you could still have a felony offense for that and have to report it. And like Isaac, I think we don't have any jurisdiction on this.
it's just something we wanted to bring to you all to see your thoughts, because you obviously are all familiar with all of these laws, and it's just something we thought was worth discussion on the record.
Austin, I think that the categories are something that relate possibly to real estate, but you can forge things apart from a real estate transaction.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just, I think, a question of what does it mean, or what does offense enumerated in this chapter mean? Is it just any forgery, or do you bring in the previous language about in connection with the acts mentioned in the chapter, real estate transaction?
Well, obviously, I think if anybody's guilty of any of those crimes in whatever field, banking or whatever, you don't want them in the real estate business. I mean, that's, to me, crimes that would definitely affect the public if you let them into the real estate business.
It's broad enough to include a bad check, I think, Austin.
Well, the fraud
Yeah, right. Just down
include
at
that,
Dollar General or something.
Mm.
if it's high enough dollar amount.
Well, and the other question is, it talks about offense enumerated. Is any other crime or similar offenses actually the enumeration of something? Like the ones that are actually enumerated, you could say would be forgery, embezzlement, obtaining, larceny, extortion, blah, 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 but there's no other one that's actually enumerated. The other similar offenses is not the enumeration of something.
Right.
So maybe
It's
that's
not-
why you could get away with say, well, if it's not specifically one of those, then I don't know. I mean, just kind of taking both sides of the issue there.
I think you'd have to go back and realize when this thing was written, when this, and drugs weren't that big a part of the world as it is today.
Right. Yeah, I saw that one. That's all.
What year was this put in the statute?
73. The Broker Act as a whole was put in as
73.
It's been amended several
Right.
times since then, but we don't know specifically. I mean, we don't have that information in front of us as to if this subsection was particularly amended in between those time periods.
Yeah, I mean, like Isaac was saying, I think the unauthorized practice of law is a crime. And so it's listed. And so if you were convicted of engaging in unauthorized practice of law, then you have to report that too.
And we do that every
And
year.
then we'd automatically suspend, their license would be automatically suspended?
You'd
Revoked.
If they
you'd
do
have
not
to revoke
report.
everybody's license in the
If they
state.
didn't report and we found out about it, then
Conviction.
they're revoked.
It's a
Right?
conviction, right?
A conviction, if they did not report within 60 days of a conviction for an offense enumerated.
Well, and if they do report it, then did you bring it to us and we say yes or no?
If they do report it, they've lived up to the requirements of the statute.
And that's what
And
these
it's up
people
to
did.
us to determine whether or not it's.
Well, is it, that's what I'm saying, is it up to anybody? If they report it, say somebody has been convicted of practicing law without a license, and they report it, and they have their real estate license,
I think F says it has to come in front of us,
Right.
right?
It
If
comes
it
to
have to
us.
come in front of us.
If they reported, for example, a conviction for larceny within the 60 days, our process would be to open a complaint and take it through the process just like any other. The difference with
Okay.
these two is, does it fall within
Does
it?
it
They
fall?
reported to be on the safe side in case, I think because
Yeah.
there is a little bit of ambiguity there, so.
So the question is, if you get these reports, what do we want you to do with them?
In this case, we were looking at these two specifically. I know that you all can't anticipate every situation that may come before us. It's just, this is two that were of a very similar nature that came before us, that we at least hope to get some guidance on these. It may be a possibility where we have something else that falls in a gray area that we may have to ask you in the future, but at least gives us some clarification as to your thoughts on
I
this.
think it's a serious enough crime that there is some concern, but I don't think it falls under the law as written for this body.
I agree. I agree.
It was just a topic to bring up for discussion, so that's.
So,
I think it's a great topic, thank you. I mean, I'm glad you brought it up, because, yeah, thank you.
so if I understand correctly, on these two situations, would you like this commission to say, we want you to bring them to us for discussion, or you want us to say they really don't merit a formal hearing? Is that what you'd like to get from us?
Well, in these two circumstances, it sounds like we've already gotten that answer. Going forward, if we get something similar, we will of course follow suit. There may be something we get that's more on the borderline. I'm not expecting you all to anticipate every situation we might have. There's a possibility we may have to revisit this again, but it at least provides us with some guidance for now, which is the best I think we can hope for under the circumstances.
I'm thinking for the record, if you had a motion that said situation 1 and situation 2 specifically don't merit a formal hearing, that would that help you?
That would help us for now.
Yeah, that would help us, because the people are, the licensees who reported they are sort of on hold
Right.
to find out, how to proceed. They have both reported and supplied us with all the court information as well, as required in the statute, but they would, like us, probably a definitive answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that says, in these two specific cases, the situations listed as situation 1 and 2 don't merit a formal hearing.
I second that motion.
Have a motion and a second that these two people who have reported to the commission don't merit a formal hearing. And a second. Commissioner Grease makes a motion. Commissioner DeSharles seconds that motion. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
I don't think we need to start that next topic before. Did you want me to do a Rello? Just
Yeah, do a relo.
So because the other one may later on. Rello is just real quick. Last time we talked about the dates, I just wanted, I need a definitive answer this month.
Come on.
Of who really is interested in going. We can only have and I think Assistant Commissioner Giannitti confirmed this with you, we can only have 2 commissioners and 2 staff people. Is that correct? And so we have to have any justification in 60 days prior to the event, the conference, the seminar, whatever the event is. We're getting close to the time for the mid-year conference. in the Arello section, you'll see the dates of the mid-year conference, the district, and the annual. The mid-year conference is Wednesday, April the 10th, through Saturday, April the 13th, at the Doubletree Paradise Valley in Scottsdale, Arizona. Now, the district conference, I'll just go from all, then we can talk about it. The district conference is Monday, June 24th through Wednesday, June 26th, and it's in Biloxi, Mississippi at the IP Casino Resort Spa, which Commissioner Alexander might be familiar with, I don't really know. And the annual conference, which is the big conference, is Wednesday, September the 18th through Sunday, September the 22nd, and it's at the Westin in Seattle, Washington. So what I need is really a definitive list of who would be interested in going. Keeping in mind that only 2 people are going to be able to go, 2 commissioners, and that when I turn in a name in the justification, that person is the person who gets approved, so that it's not like your fungible items and I can put in one person's name and switch another. You have to go through the whole approval process again if you want to switch names.
I have no interest in maximum going to
Okay.
them.
Yes.
I'd still like to go to Biloxi.
Okay. Okay. Let's start with the mid-year then. And then who would like to go to the mid-year Wednesday, April the 10th through Saturday, April the 13th in Scottsdale?
I've already told you I will go to any of them. I would like to get more involved, but
Right.
I'll take, just the ones that nobody else wants to go to.
Okay. So you're just a permanent.
Who has not gone to an Arello
I'm a
meeting?
permanent.
Excuse me?
Who has not gone to an Arello meeting?
Could I
Do I
check
agree?
something and let you know after lunch on the mid-year?
Who?
You interested, John?
I previously committed to Seattle.
Okay, I just want to.
Sort of.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure. Because I said once I do the justification.
Up or down?
Yeah. David, are you interested?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Neither of the ones who have not gone are not interested. Mr. Chairman, are you interested?
I would be interested, I think, in Scottsdale. When is that UT ball game? It's Oregon.
They play each other?
Yeah.
April 13th.
No,
I doubt if it's
no, it's in September.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's in Oregon. I mean, Seattle's 400 miles north, I guess.
If somebody changes their mind before, I would be interested in April, but I just, if somebody changes their mind, that's all.
Well,
And that's the only one.
well, you and Janet are the only ones that spoke up for April. You're interested in Scottsdale.
Austin said he was checking.
Yeah. Well, he's going to
And
check, right?
Austin did.
Okay.
I mean,
Is that okay?
if Austin, if his schedule permits him to go, him never having been to one,
Right.
I will defer to him.
We have 2, so there are 4 people who would like to go: Janet, Michelle, Austin, and Bear. Correct? Anyone else?
If you look at last month's record, I said I'd go if there was if there was no interest, but
Right.
there seems to be plenty of interest.
Yeah, there seems to be plenty.
UT at Oregon, September 14th.
Okay.
This is Wednesday, September 18th through.
Uh-huh.
No, but I don't want to see that.
He's still in a.
I think there's a national park out
I
there.
don't think
Clearly.
I know there's some national parks up there.
I'm going to that UT game, but I've already got 3 national parks lined out.
So you don't want to go to the
What
Seattle?
about a trip to the dentist?
That's on tap for tomorrow afternoon, late.
Okay, so the mid-year we'll wait to hear from you. But the district Grovers, anyone else interested in going to the district? Well, I know that you're not.
No, I can't.
And then the annual, John is for sure interested. And then Janet is interested in, are you interested, Michelle?
I don't think I can
Okay.
be there that month. I've got something else planned.
And Isaac, well,
Yeah.
No, I mean, because your term, you served 2 terms.
But I've got something else on that.
Well, if there's only one going to Biloxi and Grover needs a partner, I'll go with him.
Okay,
Have to keep him out of trouble.
right.
Somebody needs to do
Vice
that.
versa.
Okay, so,
I'll give you some places to go.
I thought
just
you
want to know,
just couldn't.
nobody else wants to do
I say, when do your,
That's right.
No, not out of state.
next year
Nobody on that.
of this year?
Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so we'll just, once I hear from Austin, then we'll know about the mid-year, and then the others, I mean, unless someone changes their mind, a lot of people want to go to the annual or John and Jan in Seattle. And then the district is Grover, Janet, and Isaac, if Grover thinks that Buddy and Janet can't go.
John, you and I have been to Seattle.
And then the mid-year,
You've been
Janet, Michelle, Austin, and Bear.
in California.
Is that-
You was in California.
I hear there's a bridge with bats in Seattle.
That's where I'd
I'll
spend
make
most of
sure
the
I
day.
take Eve to see the bridge with bats.
That's where I would spend most of the day.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. We'll, and once we hear from him, then we'll be able to go forward on the mid-year. And that's, the next topic would be the discussion of the redistribution of the auditor resource.
Can we get that after lunch?
Yeah, we're going to do that.
Before we break from out, and since you mentioned that, I have to ask the person again, why are we discussing that?
Because the administration believes that there's probably, and I mean, and it's true, there are more efficient and maybe more productive ways for the auditors to be used, that they're not being used to their highest and best.
Well, that's a personnel issue. That's not a commission issue.
Right, I think that if they want to, would like the commission's input on, whether we retain auditors, whether we
Like you
cross-train them
recommended
as
last
investigators.
I think it would be better if they came to us and said, this is what we want to do. Can we get your blessing? Rather than us trying to craft something
For
for them
them.
to approve.
Well, we're going to discuss that after lunch.
I think it's wasted discussion. I don't think we should be getting involved in personnel issues. I don't think that's our charge.
Okay.
If we're talking about structure, that gets closer for me. But specific personnel issues, I didn't come up here to do that.
Right, and it's really not, it's not really they don't want us to discuss specific people. I think it's really more of a, is there a way to restructure either the auditor program or restructure the territories where, it might be less expensive, cost the commission less money to have them travel, like to have the broker self-report. I think it's really more that, not the specific individuals involved.
As far as protecting the public, I mean, is the way we've been doing the auditing of firms in this state, is it worth what it's costing us to give the kind of proper protection to the public for the money that the state is spending? That's what the administration wanted us to look at and discuss and have some input on. Commissioner Alexander.
I move we adjourn for lunch.
I'll second.
Recess, rather.
Recess for lunch.
Well, listen to you after
Before
lunch.
we eat lunch.
We got to have a vote.
The chair has recessed this commission meeting until 1 o'clock.
What about a picture?
Oh, that's right.
Me in there. Ready? We ready, Steve? Steve, we ready?
Yes, sir.
Call the Real Estate Commission back into session. There's Ms. Maxwell.
Yes.
What is the day in March that we're having question and answer at TAR, Cool Springs? What day is that?
I think it's the,
I want to put this on my calendar.
yeah, I think it's the.
It's a Tuesday.
Yeah, here it is. It's Tuesday, I think it's the 20th. The conference is the 25th through the 26th of March. So Monday, Tuesday must be the 26th of March.
Okay.
And they will let us know.
It's
Last year
scheduled.
they didn't let us know.
It's scheduled for 11 to 11:50 on that Tuesday. At least in this is the schedule that they gave us back when we discussed it the first
And it's
time.
Marriott.
It's the Marriott Cool Springs Hotel in Franklin. As I say, it's March 25th to the 26th. And we're scheduled on Tuesday in Salon 6 from 11 to 11:50 a.m.
That's also big. That's the
Yeah, I'm sure.
Saloon 6. Get more of us to go.
We're going to the saloon.
Okay. Now,
Did that have an impact on your decision to go on Cinderella? No. I just wondered because I had it all in the same package.
okay, we're still on your report, Ms. Maxwell.
Right. No. Oh, Austin, did you find out about your? Okay, you're good for that. Thank you. The next item of business on the agenda is a discussion of the auditors. And I hope everyone received it by email. I sent sort of a memorandum that kind of outlined where the auditors, kind of the origination of the auditors, and then where they are today, some suggestions for the way they operate today, and then some suggestions if there was going to be a plan to restructure the way the whole audit program is run. And there are a number of items that were set forth in that memorandum, and I don't know whether you want to go over all of those or how you think is the best way to approach it, since the memorandum was pretty long. I don't know how the commission would like to approach the discussion of that.
Well, I kind of like the direction we were going in last month when Commissioner Northern brought up the goodwill ambassador type rather than auditor. But I really think after going to Arillo last year, I think it made me realize how much more important investigators were. And then I talked with Johnny, and he said the same thing. He said, most of everything that people call him about is what needs to be an investigator to check into, not an auditor. So I really think we need to look at investigators rather than auditors.
And the state has the regulatory boards have an investigative unit that is made up of, I think, maybe 14 investigators now. At one point it had, I think, closer to 20. That particular unit, does investigate some things that the legal department asks it to investigate. It's pretty busy because it doesn't have a specialty, and they have to go to every, I believe, car dealer before they open. I mean, there are a number of things that they have to go there, and they have to go to cosmetology shops, I believe. So that, so you would be talking about investigators that are separate and apart from that unit.
Yeah, I mean, when we were at Arillo, they have specific courses for real estate investigators, and I really think if we got rid of our auditors, then we could do investigators rather than that.
They do, and Arillo offers a certification inspector training. They offer both a sort of a basic and an advanced certification, and then CLEAR, which is the Council on Licensure Enforcement and Regulation, likewise offers some investigative training where they learn the techniques and questions to ask and how to write reports that are meaningful, that one can use, something that's going to have the correct backup documentation, what questions to ask, how to phrase the question. So it is a pure investigative role. But some of those, like in Oklahoma, it sometimes will start out as more of an audit investigation and then would ask other questions when you see certain things, and so it leads into a greater investigation that would uncover mortgage fraud, things of that nature.
So if you went to, in investigators instead of auditors, you'd basically be complaint-driven. Is that kind of the concept? Like codes enforcement, they go out looking for trouble, but when the neighbor calls and says the yard's overgrown, then they go out. Is this more of
A complaint, all right. I guess an investigator, probably by its nature, is, some of the states have something that's probably more akin to a combination, where the individual is actually more of a cross-trained individual, so that they have those self-reporting, they have the principal brokers self-report annually or biannually, however, it's structured. Then a portion of the auditor investigator's time is spent going through those, or someone, goes through those and see if anything in there raises a red flag. And then some firms come up every, whatever the formula is, they come up just randomly, say by the computer generated to audit. And then others are driven by complaints, so that you have more of a mixture of what you do, but you're cross-trained to do each, hopefully equally as well. And so that if you're doing what might appear to be an audit, you would have enough investigative skills to know to ask certain questions or have red flags or raise, certain things, and you would go, okay, I better look at this a little bit further.
So, based on what I've read, part of the function of today's auditors is educational as well. Is that correct?
When they first started, when the auditors the unit was first started in the 90s, that was a part of it, was to educate. And that is what we, would hope that the auditors do. In reality, I don't think that they do. I don't think that is the case at all. And I don't know that they're, quite frankly, well enough trained in real estate to be a true educator.
Well, I mean in the sense of, let's say I've got a question about whether this is legal or not, violates rules or statutory provisions. I should feel comfortable calling today's auditor and saying, tell me what you think, right? Or should I?
Yeah, in an ideal world, yes, you should.
Well, I'm any broker.
In an ideal world, yes, you should be able to call the auditor and ask a question. I mean, obviously, they can't give you legal advice.
Right.
And if it's a pretty basic question about, what kind of sign, if you need a sign out front, those sorts of things, the auditor could answer those.
I would think that most brokers today would feel that they're better off not calling an auditor unless there's a personal relationship. They would call Trek and ask for a response as opposed to an auditor.
I think that's probably true.
Because the role of the auditor in recent years hasn't been to educate, it's been to, let me put it this way, it's either been to substantiate a complaint or review your work to see if there's need for a complaint to come out of that work.
Sometimes I almost feel like it's busy work with them. I mean,
Yeah. I will say my experience with the officers have been good. I mean, I'm a commissioner. I don't know what other companies experience, but I've not had any issues to arise out of the auditors visiting my office. But I just don't think that that's the best use of time for an individual for this commission.
And that's what I think the administration, I think that's the whole idea, is to look at it and see if it is the best use of the resource, of the time, of the expenditure of funds, and as Bear said earlier, whether it protects the public as well as some other option might protect the public and be easier for the brokers. And the state is so large to travel across, it makes it very difficult to...
And y'all have heard me say this before. I've had...
just leave it out.
I'm going to,
Hey, Bear,
what?
I was thinking about this.
Okay.
Is that thing running?
You're out of order, Commissioner. But y'all have heard me say this before. I've had an auctioneer's firm license for 30 years. I have never had an audit by the Auctioneer Commission. Never had an audit. We had an auditor once upon a time. His name Dennis Hodges. But I never saw him. And we don't have auditors, don't have anybody to audit the Auctioneer Commission now. But the court system and the fellow auctioneers, we police ourselves. And if there's an infraction, there'll be a complaint filed. And then we'll address that complaint. The Auctioneer Commission will address that complaint and whatever issue has been violated. And then the court system, if somebody has been egreged and legal action needs to be taken, then the court system and the public and fellow auctioneers, we police ourselves. That's how the industry gets policed. And the public gets protected.
But there's so few, I mean, I don't know how many auctioneers there are, but I know there's a lot less than there are in the real estate
There's
industry.
about 2,100 total master auctioneers and apprentices.
How many complaints are typically generated through audits?
Very few. I mean, in like November when I did these, ran all the numbers with the number of violations from the first of the year, from 1/1 to 11/30. They had done a total of 1,019 inspections. This is all what now is 3 auditors. The total number of violations was 42, and the total number of auditor concerns was 25.
So we had 42 complaints that were generated through audits.
Well, the violations that are the result of an audit can be, we start out with a citation. The commission a number of years ago sort of set forth a schedule of civil penalties that we could assess, and so it starts out with a citation, and then if the citation is not paid, it becomes a complaint, and then it goes through the process where you all hear it. So,
and the nature of those findings probably fell around failure to have a sign or
escrow.
Somebody's somebody's name being larger than the firm name or stuff like that.
Well, some of them were like that, but mostly those come in as just a piece of paper that comes in and has a picture of a sign or something of that nature. The auditors, most of what they seem to find are escrow violations, whether you may not have got a waiver on file but you don't have an escrow account, but you just don't have a waiver on file. You might be out of escrow. You might be keeping your rent in an account with your security deposits, and not taking your commissions out quickly enough. I mean, the things of that nature those are really the primary things they find. Sometimes they'll find that you don't have a disclosure document in your file, the property disclosure document, and rarely that you don't have one of the agreements that you're supposed to, have. But by and large, the escrow with all the property management firms represents the biggest, I think, problem that's found. And those can be, some states, as I noted in the memo, some states when you open up a firm, the principal broker and the bank both sign a release that allows the commission to go in at any time and look at the escrow account of the principal broker and see, whether or not they're out of escrow at that point. I mean, you can't touch it, but you can go in and look at it and then take action from that standpoint.
Ms. McElveen, in regards to Austin's question, all those numbers you just gave us, how many of those turned into a formal hearing?
Into like a real form, went through the complaint process and then the formal hearing?
Yeah.
I don't think any of them did. I mean, there could have been one, but I would say none of them did. Right, but I don't think any of them have. I can't remember any that have since I've been here, but I could be wrong.
I think that we beat this thing around the table. And I think that what the administration is looking for, and the only thing that this commission can do is maybe make a recommendation, and then they're gonna do what they wanna do. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. And my motion is that we go on record of recommending to the administration that the auditor's section of the commission be sunset. That we move them completely out of our department. They want to sign somewhere else, get them off of our payroll, off of our budget, and do away with them. And then ask the commission or the administration to look at maybe signing or us having greater access to the investigators, and we go to an investigating thing, but they not be on our payroll. That we be billed back hourly or however they handle it at the present time. That's my motion.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that for sake of discussion.
You've heard the motion. Commissioner Alexander's motion is to sunset our auditors and have them off our payroll and let the administration either put them with the other 12 or so, you didn't say this in your motion, but I think there's 12 or so investigators that they have. And it was seconded by Commissioner Haynes. And discussion.
No, wait just a minute. I'm going to correct you just a little bit, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing in my motion about assigning the present auditors anywhere.
They just the sunset and get them off our payroll.
And we move them out of our commission or out of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. Then that's up to the administration what they do with them. It's simply that we sunset them and we get them. It affects then our payroll, our money, and the commission. And all commissions are supposed to be self-supportive. And for what the bang we're getting for the buck is not there.
Discussion on the motion.
Well, was there a second part of the motion that said we want greater access to the investigators?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we still have got to enforce.
We're what we're asking to do, but that being that pool that you draw from, that just like the Auctioneers Commission or any of the other boards call for when they want an investigator. And I would think then the administration would maybe train one or two, bring them up to speed on the regs of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that pool doesn't have any earthly idea about real estate rules and regulations.
Well,
they'd have to be trained.
I agree with you, Ms. Haynes, that's right. But I would think that if these auditors were moved out, then they would train somebody. I don't know how much bang we're getting out of it. And I'm not talking about any particular auditor or anybody. I don't have an axe to grind with any of them. I don't think it's our place to recommend anything about the auditors. That's what I'm like Commissioner Northern. That was not what we were appointed for. And this is simply a recommendation of how I feel. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but that's what I see of it.
I'd like to add something to your statement. If they're not acceptable to that sunshine law, since our only employee is Ms. Maxwell, whatever they deem is best for this trek, let them go with it, and we're out of it.
Any other comments or discussion?
So, this notion, which I can't imagine it's a tough thing to pull off. Is this quarterly or semi-annual or annual bank statement mailed in, emailed in from each broker? Is that a feasible? Is that within our purview to recommend? I mean, really, that's where I see the public trust is. Biggest jeopardy is with money. All this little sign stuff, it's minor to me. Licenses, number of licenses on the wall.
Oh, it's worked for other states to have that done. Some states do it annually, some states do it at renewal. There are a number of states though that don't renew except every 3 years, so they have it done annually, I think, just so that you have a better feel for it. I think a lot of those states also combine that with the release that's signed by the bank and the broker, where the commission can go in to an account and look at it if, say, someone says, they're managing my property and I think they're taking my money or something, and then then obviously the commission then would send, an investigator or someone who would actually look into that and determine what the true situation was.
For instance, this is just a small piece of it, but my Kentucky real estate firm, every year I have to sign a statement with the account number my escrow account's in, which bank's holding it, what the contact information is for that bank. So I assume that if somebody wanted to investigate, they would at least have a starting point to go look at that escrow account.
John's right, I have the same thing.
Right.
I mean, at the very least, I would think any escrow account ought to be identified. If we're going to have fewer people checking, then we at least ought to have on file.
Well, we do have on file the name of the bank that has the escrow account, but we don't have any ability to look. There's not it's just like, okay, it's Nashville Bank and Trust. I mean, we don't have any other information other than the address.
You don't have the account number.
We do have the account number. Not everyone keeps those up to date, but we don't have any ability to go look at it or,
Right.
I don't think if we called the bank, I'm not sure that I don't think we'd get any information if we called the bank and said, could you tell me?
I probably
We can't have a release.
I gave you that maybe 35 years ago, and
Right.
I think I probably have changed banks
And that's what
several times.
the auditors sometimes find that, and sometimes they don't. Yeah, because then we go, well, we need to have these accounts. We didn't know that was where your escrow account was held.
And then, as we have seen in hearings, some people may have 3 or 4 escrow accounts.
Correct, that we don't know. And if under the rule that was effective in June of 2010, you have to have a separate escrow account for security deposits and one for earnest money. So conceivably someone could have, and if they had one for the rent amounts and maybe a holdback one, you could conceivably
Or
have
a partnership where you had to divide the
Right,
partnership.
and we would only
There's all
have
kinds of
access to
ways.
probably one. I mean, that was probably the only one that someone told us about. And I think it doesn't, maybe if you send it in annually, like Kentucky makes you do, at least it jogs your memory every year. Oh, my escrow
Or
account.
even firm, like you said, when the firm
Yeah.
has to renew their license, you have to make sure your account number and bank and everything's correct.
And then a number of states make the principal broker also say that they, reconcile their escrow account. So
And they attest and swear to it
and
and
they
have to
attest
have
and
it.
swear they've done it.
Okay.
A lot of states require it monthly. I mean, they don't require you to send it in. They require that you attest and swear. Now, it's another thing you got to make sure that people do it. So you just
Boy, that's a lot
you have
of
to be able
bookkeeping,
to
though, for
enforce
you
it.
guys to.
You can't enforce it.
I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
you
don't
could
think
do
you can
that.
enforce.
You just saw this less
Right.
than a month ago or 2 months ago.
Yeah.
We revoked that license and an officer up there, and they're still operating properly.
I have no problem with us self-reporting and certifying proper bank reconciliations and having on file the account numbers. I do take issue with having the commission having access to bank accounts. I don't think that makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you. I don't think. I mean, what do we do with it? I mean, if it's there, are we just simply ask? I mean, if we have that authority, are we just simply asking for the authority to audit, or we just?
No, the states that have a form that allows that are basically allowing the commission just to look at it and, they could audit and look at those kinds of
You could accomplish the same thing by
things.
asking us to send you the information.
Right, I guess if, you wanted to verify, say, the person that came in for the formal hearing, you could look and see whether or not they were telling you the truth. I mean, if somebody's going to lie, they're probably going to lie, I mean, in a large.
What do attorneys
We ought
and
to
title
have
companies do?
some self-reporting with certification attached. I don't want to get in a situation where we're trying to monitor people's bank accounts.
Yeah.
don't either.
How confident are you that the investigators that the state has are qualified to investigate our industry?
They don't have any qualification to do that. At one time,
This
maybe,
is what Julie telling them to do.
yes, they did.
So
could be
we,
difficult.
we really need somebody trained in our area.
And do we not need somebody that's strictly for us rather than out of the pool?
I mean, the pool, the people in the pool, they don't have an expertise in really, in any of the boards. About 3 years, I think it was 3 years ago, maybe, the administration looked at having all the investigators sort of learn a little bit about each board, and so each director had to come in and make a presentation to the investigators. And, you know, so the investigators in that one day, I think, had, I don't know, 20 boards or something come in and hear the highlights of what we do. Because the number of investigators, they only have, I think they really only have 14, and they have less than that now. There weren't really enough to make that program work, so it didn't work.
And how long, if we needed an investigator, and I would think in our particular industry, it would be pretty regular that we would need an investigator somewhere. How long are we going to have to wait for one of those investigators?
Julie probably knows that better than I do.
I've requested investigators. I've done it twice and gotten them back. I've requested a set now. The one that I just did has been out 30 days and I haven't heard anything. I had one that took around 60 to 70 days to get the report back. Then one was special circumstances where it was expedited and I got it quickly. But my understanding is around 60 days.
Well, I'd like to see us have our own investigator.
Yeah, and we could train them, and they could go through. I want to ask again: title companies and attorneys, who investigates their escrow accounts?
Let me address that.
Okay.
Attorneys, and Austin, I think you verify this, have the board of professional responsibility, of course, governs their actions, and they're required to self-report if they have any problems with their escrow. And in addition, banks are required, if they had NSF check, if a check bounces or something, they report. The transactions we do with title insurance, we get audited by the title insurance companies.
You all do.
Yeah, very detailed audit, 2 or 3 days. The other comment I want to make is, Ms. Maxwell, we're operating with a skeleton crew now with Trek. You haven't replaced a lot of the people that used to be there. I don't want to see us assume any more responsibilities for checking escrow accounts.
Right.
I don't think you have the staff to do it.
We don't. I mean, someone would have to be hired in a position that they would, if they were going to check either escrow accounts or self-reporting. I mean, because you would need to check those, or spot check. I mean, somehow you would need to check them or spot check them, or you would not be. It wouldn't be a beneficial.
Well, you take the number. There's 3,900 firms. Is that right?
Yes.
I picked that up over there. Divide that before. First divide it by 52 or 50, because the auditor's going to take at least 2 weeks off. Divide that by 50, and then divide that by the number of weeks and see how many they can't get around now in 3 years.
No, they really. I mean, unless you really.
So all you're doing is spot checking. I don't mind them auditing me. I think all of this commission that has a real estate license has been audited in the last year. I've been in business 40-something years. I've never had a problem with an auditor. Why they want to come see me every year or every 2 years or twice a year?
Because you're easy.
Simply because it's easy, it's convenient, and you've got to be somewhere. That's all it is. And it's such a waste of the state's money to have it. I'm just that adamant about it.
And I think that part of the problem now is that the big firms and the easy firms, they've all pretty much been done. So now it's those more difficult firms where the people aren't working full time, where they're in a little town that you drive in 5 hours to get from point A to point B, and the person's not there. So then it becomes more difficult for the auditors, and they're not very productive.
It'll self-govern itself. somebody will file a complaint.
We'll tell on each other.
They do that with that, y'all do that with advertising, quite a bit.
Quite honestly, we will tell on each other.
And
We'll
the
just
public
need an
will-
investigator when it gets out of control.
The public will catch it, and then it will come in here, and we will have a hearing on it.
But we're still gonna have to have an investigator. And I honestly think we'll have to have one that's our own.
I agree with Michelle. I think we need to have someone trained in real estate to respond when Julie needs that resource.
How about we make a friendly amendment to the
Please do,
motion?
please do. All this is out for discussion and to try to get something done. Amend it to whatever you
Go ahead, Isaac, since you're talking. I'll make a motion, I don't need that, I don't need that. I need to make a motion to amend that we have our own investigator, trained
I
investigator.
mean, he'll need to go to Arello or somewhere specifically for.
Absolutely.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Motion made by Commissioner Kashara and Commissioner Northern seconds. It's that we have our own trained investigator for TREC. Any discussion on the amendment to this motion?
Call for question.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Discussion on the motion as amended.
All right, the motion is, basically, at the end of the day, this motion ought to offer suggestions to the administration, okay? Now,
they're gonna do what they want.
in the spirit of trying to participate.
Go ahead.
I would also, I'll make an amendment to the motion that would require, the intent of the amendment is to require any real estate firm license to, on an annual basis, provide the real estate commission with the banks where their escrow accounts are held. You okay with having the account number?
Oh.
Yeah. With the account number.
I'll second that.
Wait a minute, should we sign an affidavit that, is this just providing that, or is there an affidavit that's going to be?
Well, I'm doing it a step at a time.
Okay.
If we at least annually can have a list of where those escrow accounts are and what the account number is, that's my first one.
A list of where all their escrow accounts are and account number?
Change it to escrow and security deposit. That way you capture both.
Escrow and security deposit
Okay.
accounts.
Mr. Chairman, addressing Ms. Crop, does this need to be a procedure?
I think this is just a recommendation.
We're just recommending to the administration to take our suggestions and do with them what they want to.
What they gonna do?
What they don't do anyway.
In this amendment, John, is it the fact that the bank also, when we send in our Kentucky information, the bank verifies that? Isn't that right? I think we have to
they
get
do.
it. I think
I've got
that
So you have to take it to the bank?
Well, there's a
Notarize
form.
it or something?
I don't do that.
It has
I mean-
something, I have to get, I got their form also.
Since we don't know exactly
Well,
what
we
it is.
may have
They're like,
years ago, 100 years ago, Sharon handles it all. I don't know, but it seems to me when we started, and
Well, that would make sense. The
that
bank,
the bank verified that
What?
you actually had that account in the bank. Some officer of the bank signed it.
My intent is just to give an auditor, an investigator, a starting place if we had a complaint. He could go to the broker and say, I understand your escrow accounts is so-and-so, let me take a look at it.
You know, if we trained an investigator, he is going to come back to us and say, these are the procedures that are used in other states or wherever he has got his training, and I would like for you to enact da-da-da-da-da. So maybe if we let that,
My only intent today
It's
is to
just
try to
suggest.
show, we made a good faith effort to
right,
respond to the administration's request. So that's the amendment I've got. And I've got one, just a follow-up I'll add to it. You may want to combine the two. That on an annual basis, the broker of each firm signs an affidavit that he's looked at those accounts and agrees they are accurate. Whatever that language is that you say some states do.
yeah, I've got.
and I'll second
It's
that
a
motion as well.
self-reporting type deal.
Okay.
For discussion, can I just throw out that in an effort not to create any more work for anyone, that we do this at renewal rather than annually?
No, that's fine.
I think we're going to have to really fine tooth comb this before we start doing anything. This is just a suggestion that we think might work.
Yeah, it's
And
gotta
I guess
start
they'll come
somewhere.
back to us and say, well, we want to do it this way based on our employees or whatever, too.
I like that. Instead of yearly, then at renewal, you provide
Yeah.
that.
Right.
And then
I like that too.
that scatters. Then you don't have it.
Everybody.
Everybody at one time, huh?
I like that
And
too.
it goes with the flow of renewing your license. You said, but
Does that
just
sound
like
good to
you
you?
show proof.
Part of that action.
Right.
So we're gonna scratch in your amendment, we're gonna scratch annual and put at renewal time, license renewal. Firm license renewal, that they will give an accounting of their escrow and trust accounts, what bank they're in, account numbers.
Escrow and security.
And security, not trust, yeah, security accounts. And, is that it?
Now the affidavit should be, here where my accounts are, here where our company's accounts are. And as a principal broker, I certify that they're in balance and accurately reflect whatever that language should say.
Okay.
Yeah, you know we.
Okay.
I have the forms. I have several.
Yeah, Commissioner Grease makes that motion and Commissioner DeSharles seconds that motion and amendment. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, no, motion carries. Okay, that's our second amendment to our motion. Probably what we need to do is just give the state copy of this tape and let them listen to it.
The part with your tooth coming out?
Yeah.
You don't want to see that all over the country.
That's true. But anyway, now,
You look cute when you smile.
any other amendments? You're out of order also, Commissioner Collins. Any other friendly amendment, any other amendments to this motion that says we're going to sunset our auditors and then we're going to train us an investigator and then we're going to have all of our principal brokers with all of our firms upon renewal of the firm license give to the commission a certified copy of where their escrow and security trust accounts are. Am I close?
That's good. And that the principal broker certifies that they're accurate. They're in balance.
And if principal broker certifies they're in balance. Any discussion on the motion as amended? That's twice amended. Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. I have one question, Ms. Maxwell.
Yes.
All these Arello meetings you've been going to and looking into how these states handle auditors and investigators, and it'll vary from state to state. Have you run across any states that do it like we do? Just out of curiosity.
Not exactly like we do it, no.
Okay.
I haven't. Most of the states really do have more of an investigative bent, it seems, where it's really more of an investigation, and that's what they're doing. But then most states handle their complaints different, so it's kind of a whole different cycle in the way things are handled, and that drives a number of the things, as you all have seen at Arella, that drives a number of the things that happen in the various states and the various commissions. That's why it's always interesting to go and see, really and truly, and see what the different states do and how they handle it and how they tackle problems. I mean, I think it's fascinating.
What you want to do, take a sabbatical and make all 50 states.
Yeah, that would be, I'd like to do that.
Actually, at Arillo, you get pretty good.
Yeah, you really do.
And I think that if the administration were to sunset our auditors and us get an investigator, or maybe two investigators, whatever, they feel like it would be necessary to handle the 3,900 firms that we have, I think that the industry would take a more active role in policing others. I talked to a friend of mine Monday, and he was telling me about a contract that had been presented, signed off on, and there was an earnest money amount in the contract, and he found out that no earnest money had ever been delivered to the firm that wrote the contract. Never had any. And I told him, I said, since you know that, file a complaint. And he said, I think I might. So, you know, the industry will police itself.
Well, especially if they know there's not going to be auditors coming by to do it. That it's not going to be somebody.
I
checking on it.
envision this investigator to be working at Julie's discretion for those complaints that have been filed in the investigation, or maybe before it ever comes to her, when you all get a complaint and who am I trying to say?
Like when we send them to investigate prior to it going up to legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you're
We
going to
do
get
that.
the complaint.
Right, and we
You're
do
gonna
that
get
some. We
somebody
send them
else.
by to see.
There's no need to run him all over the state. If you're not looking for something, if he doesn't have a complaint in hand that he's going to investigate.
Right.
I don't envision him running around checking on anybody unless they're a code enforcement officer. That's what he is. Huh?
25 years, never an audit. I got on this commission, I've been audited twice.
Would you like to speak a little louder in the microphone so we can all hear what you just said?
This will also allow the out-of-state firms will allow us to see what goes on with them because, the auditors have not been able to audit them because
very
we
good
can't go out of
point.
state. So
Very
this
good
will
point.
allow that. At least they'll have to send the information into us.
I like that.
We'll worry about how we get there to do anything about it once a year, but at
I
least
think
it
it
does
wound
give
up
us
being a good motion. If good recommendation, if they will accept it.
Okay, does anybody have anything else to bring before the commission on our auditors?
Can I ask a question then? If we give this to the administration, what is the next? They will say, Julie, write us up something and take it to the commission and see if they like it, or what is our next step?
I don't know because it would have to, it's got to go to the like this, the reg board's administration, and I would assume it has to go.
So it's got to go up the chain.
Yeah, but I guess it sort of depends on what their, how quickly they would act, how quickly they would implement it, whether it's part of a bigger
And they may say, I don't like this at all. I like it the way it is. I mean,
Right,
so.
right. But yeah, I think they do feel like there's a lot of money that goes into the auditors
don't
and
like
expenses
their
of
touch.
travel, and as you saw, there's a whole lot. It's a lot. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Ms. Maxwell, is the statute, does it include the auditor?
No, it does not. Our statute doesn't provide for an auditor. It's just been, I guess, that there were so many firms that came, as I say, in the 1990s, it just came to be, the audit section came to be. So it was,
I think it was earlier than that.
see, I tried
I think it was before Charles ever came on.
It might. I think I put 91, but it was the only way I could even begin to tell was, and actually it might not have been the beginning. I went back to all the old newsletters, and when I first saw it in a newsletter, but there could have been a section that did that. It just wasn't a formal. I mean, I'm sure there was a section. It just wasn't a formal section that had a name, and it could have happened before then. That was just like when the newsletter said, "We are having this." Yeah, it's probably called something else then.
Do you have anything else in your report?
I have one more audit question. In your experience with Orello, are there other areas where brokers could easily self-report?
You mean like in other things that?
I mean, I'm not sure. Money's the key as far as I'm concerned. But are there other areas? Do some states require brokers to send in every fifth file documented, or
a picture of their sign?
They some of the states, Oregon and California, I can't think of any of those are the two that sort of stand out. I mean, they have a longer questionnaire that the broker fills out. and it asks like more of the questions that are asked on the audit in addition to the financial questions. But it asks them about the sign, your signage. Do you review all advertising? They ask certain questions like that. Not do you have all the license tag on the wall, but they ask some fairly specific questions, not hard ones, and not that require a lot of elaboration. Just
trick questions.
Just trick questions. That's right.
That's not a bad idea,
It's really not.
and it reminds people, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be making sure the licenses are on the wall.
Right, or making sure that I review the advertising,
Right.
Which is something I think some of the principal brokers kind of forget.
And they use it as an excuse for their agent. I have to review the advertising because I signed this affidavit.
Right. You can, it's always a good thing to do. Have that other person. Yeah.
Well, but see, you got internet advertising you're supposed to be looking at.
They are, yeah.
I like that.
Any other questions or comments of Ms. Maxwell and her executive director's report? Hearing none, then moving on with our agenda. Next on our agenda is an informal timeshare applicant appearance, Pamela D. Carter.
No, she's.
Come in.
She couldn't come this month. Her principal broker couldn't come with her.
Okay.
That was in one of the cover.
That was in an email.
That was in the
I
email.
missed the email.
Clint Perry will tell you about it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I think next we have our education report, Mr. Steve McDonald.
Thank you, Chairman. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the 33 courses before you?
I have concerns about the CLI courses, if that is a correspondence course. Is that one a correspondence? See?
Janet, what
Yes, ma'am. All that they have submitted are.
1053. Do what, Steve?
Yes, ma'am. All that they have submitted for your review are by paper pencil correspondence.
And also course 1288 from Cape School. That's also correspondence as well.
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to exempt any correspondence courses from the approval of the other education courses so that we can discuss correspondence courses.
Okay.
Would you like to make a motion to approve?
Motion to approve all of them except 1288 and 1053.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and second by Commissioner Collins. Approve all these courses except the two that they have mentioned.
Mr. Chairman, could I pull out 1345 too, just for quick discussion?
Yeah. If they don't mind you adding it to the
that's
motion.
as amended.
Okay. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now, discuss.
I have gotten several phone calls in the last 3 weeks about correspondence courses. I have a lot of concern about them because, number one, of course, like Commissioner Alexander says, online courses are the same way, and I kind of have an issue with them too. But online courses, they mail the course out. You don't know who takes it. They're mailing the answers out with it, and it's not accomplishing anything as far as education. All it's doing is giving them the hours. So they're supposed to be taking a 16-hour course that takes them 45 minutes to complete because they've got the answer sheet and all they have to do is transfer the information. I didn't think so much about that until I started getting so many phone calls recently that the answers are included in the material. And 2 particular schools were brought up, and I just don't like the correspondence courses at all if there's no better way to control it.
I think the ones I know if I had to have education.
I'm sure you would. 'Cause you but you're grandfathered, so you're safe.
That's right.
So let me get this right. The last correspondence course I took, they gave you information, I took the test, sent it in, somebody graded it, and told me what happened. So now, nobody, they send it out and it has the answers, so all you have to do is fill in the answers, you send it back, and you got your hours. Interesting. I'm like you, Wendell. That's if I had to have education, I think that's what I'd do.
Do you know any specifics of which courses?
Well, I know which schools,
Which school?
and one of them was a core course.
Now, if that's going on, I think our educational director needs to look into this matter.
Will do. When education courses are submitted in for review, of course, the answer sheet is included. That gives anyone here at the commission that wants to look over the answers, but it's not sent in to us as it would be packaged as it's mailed out to a licensee. So I will definitely address this issue and investigate it.
Of course, here's the other problem. When Steve contacts them, they're going to know they need to do it right way.
Well, he may have you contact him.
Well, I'm not sure it doesn't need to be somebody that's not a commissioner or not
Well, maybe they think they're doing it the right way, but I don't see how, but.
Well, and the other side is like Miss Maxwell and I were talking about. According to the state law, you only have to take a test for classes that are 8 hours or more. So technically, you don't even have to take a test on a correspondence course unless it's at least 8 hours. So as long as you just order the course, the way our law is written, order the course, and your name's recorded, and the school records it as being taken, they don't even have to take a test.
That's the ones you need, Wendell.
So there's definitely a flaw in the correspondence courses.
Or you propose or recommend?
I propose that we don't give credit for correspondence courses.
Well, I had taken a lot of correspondence, not necessarily in real estate, but after I did the course, I sent my test in, and somebody physically graded it and sent it back to me, or told me I passed, or I didn't pass, or whatever. And I don't have a problem with that.
What's the difference in that and taking an online course? Same difference, isn't it?
Well, the online courses, they don't give you the answers.
Oh,
You do have to at least go through the questions and the material to get to the test.
okay. Sure they couldn't add that to the online answer?
Well, neither one of them, you don't know who's taking the course.
No, you never know
So
who's
it's
taking
flawed
the
all the
test.
places right there.
You don't?
Yeah. But, I mean,
I hate you accept one, not the other. What's the difference?
it would be okay with me if you didn't accept either one of them.
I agree with that, but
Well, but we've got to give people in rural areas other options besides coming to the big city to take
That's right.
education. I mean, and that's part of the reason we have correspondence courses and online courses, is where everybody can get their education with ease.
I think on the legal side, they just say you can only do a certain number of hours that way. Like you can do some, but you can't get all the credit that you need by online or whatever.
Well, first of all, I don't think we ought to do anything that doesn't have a test if it's a,
But according to our statute, that's not the way it's written even.
okay.
I mean, and I got a call last week, a broker that has to have his education by mid-year this year. He said, he gave me the name of the school, he says, it's not a big deal, I contact them, they'll send me the correspondence course, they've got 120 hours packaged together, I can pay them for it, they'll send me the answers, and I'll just return it and I'll have my 120 hours.
Well, before we pass this, can I pass it on to some friends? To get this done?
Sure, that's exactly what we want done.
Could I add some points for discussion? We just finished a renewal, so any correspondence course that was previously approved that renewed, of our, last time I checked, we're right under 1,000 courses. A third of those are correspondence. Those folks, those schools did renew those courses. Are you thinking about doing away with them immediately? Are you thinking about the next 2 years? Because all of our approved courses expire 12/31/2014. Is that going to impact their business and impact any of these that they've already sold, that they've sent out, that have yet to be those that don't have final exams in them be graded.
I mean, my preference would be to cut them off immediately, but I think more research needs to be done to figure out if there's just certain schools that are doing that, or, like Michelle said, there's some good correspondence courses out there by some schools.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah. And then people in rural areas just plain have to have it.
Well, no, they don't. They got computers in rural areas.
Well, you're talking about correspondence and doing the computer.
Well, I mean,
Some city folks don't know how to use computers.
I'm not, I don't think you can get rid of the online courses at this stage. I mean, everything's going online. I think, it's like Steve and I were talking about the only way you're going to be able to confirm who's taking those courses is to have facial recognition software that you have to.
I mean, you could get it certified that you're taking the course. There's all kinds of ways you could get somebody to notarize it that, but you still don't know that you took the course. But at least you're swearing to it, and it would be.
But if I notarize it, all I notarize that I saw
Is
that
your signature. Yeah.
Even if they do.
But like what Austin said, if you only allow
So
for
many.
50% of the courses to be taken online or by correspondence, and the other 50% have to be taken in a classroom, at least you're going to get them in the classroom for part of it. I mean, you think about brokers who are taking 120 hours, it would be kind of hard for them to get 120 hours in the classroom.
Yeah.
Janet, I appreciate all you do in education, but I don't believe that'll hold up, because now you've got college courses for 4-year colleges done online. And
Well, like I said, I'm not saying online.
you said either one of them. You'd like to do away with both of them.
I would like to do away with both of them, but I realize you're not going to be able to do away with online.
Did you?
I think it's a thing of the time, and we're going to have to deal with it however we can, and there's some flaws in it. If there's flaws in it, we're just going to have to move on.
Well, I think the online courses, I know CE Shop works really hard to make their courses what we try to make them to be. I mean, I know they work hard at it, for one. And so I think we've got some very good people out there who are trying hard to make online courses more accessible and more secure that you're taking them. They've even got timers on it so that you can't just click through to the end. That you have to be online a certain amount of time. I know that's what CE Workshop does.
And we talked about that a couple of months ago when we had this discussion. So all of our online providers, if they hadn't before, are now making sure that you're sitting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Megan?
I move that you appoint a committee of commissioners DeChark and Commissioner Grover Collins and our educational director to work this out, and their recommendations, since we've approved some, haven't approved some, that whatever their recommendations is, and if this commission agrees to, that it takes effect when in 14, Steve, is that when everything renews again?
Yes, sir. Everything expires 12/31/2014.
Okay, that you get it in place and worked out with them. Now, if you want to put up a stop patch and y'all come back about this paper, that's fine. About the answers to the questions of that. I think that comes back into what you get paid to do to handle that.
Correct.
I'll second that. Now we can discuss it.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Commissioner Alexander, second by Commissioner DeSharo, that a committee of 2 commissioners, Commissioner DeSharo and Commissioner Collins, meet with our educational director, Mr. Steve McDonald, to figure out what we need to do about this issues that we've been discussing. Now discuss it.
Wait. Yeah.
What?
I've got one other thing I failed to do. Is I think that it should be another one, because John's an educator himself, and he knows about it.
We've discussed, is there a motion, is there a discussion? I mean, I'm concerned that these people might be violating the sunshine law just as it's set up originally without adding a third culprit.
I think you can have the
Former-
subcommittee meetings on the record. We
Yeah.
did it once before, right?
Yeah,
when
we
I
can have
started.
subcommittee.
We got 2 years to work this out. Is that
The end of, December
Well, but
31st
we've
and
got some
14th.
courses right now that are needing
I know.
approval.
I really have no, being grandfathered myself, I really have no knowledge of correspondence courses and how they're taken or manipulated.
I'm gonna leave you off.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll let my motion stand as it was.
Let's vote on the motion. We're on the floor now.
Okay, we've got 2 people who've been volunteered to be on the committee of 2.
No, I'm talking about
What?
his motion about approving the education report.
We already voted on that.
Well, vote on that.
Oh, good.
Except for 3. We discussed 2. We'll get to yours in a minute. Okay, any other discussion on the motion that a committee of 2, and Commissioner DeShart and Commissioner Collins meet with our educational director? Give us a report at some point in the future. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now, Commissioner Grease, what do you want to talk about as far as the one you pulled out?
Concept, no.
It just struck me as an exceptional class with an exceptional faculty. I mean, if you look at 1345, which is on page 5, it's full of attorneys, which is troublesome to start with. But do you have any history on this class, Steve? I'm all about it. It looks like it covers all kinds of things I'd like to know, taught by attorneys. But is this a one-day event?
It's a full-day seminar, and I've got the material with me. I'm still listening.
Do you have an idea what it costs to take, or
No, sir, I don't.
I think it's interesting.
is it mainly for lawyers, or is it mainly for real estate practitioners?
A lot of times there is some crossing of CLE hours that attorneys can get their CLE. This is going for, okay, they do list Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia attorneys as well as Tennessee licensees. If approved, Tennessee real estate licensees will get credit, but they've also approached the bars in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia that those in attendance can get CLE hours.
Has this got a location and a date somewhere?
It's going to be in Knoxville, Friday, March 15th of this year. It begins at 8:30 Eastern Time.
Hey, you go for a ticket as a commissioner.
It ends at 4:30 Eastern Time.
It's kind of hard to get 8 hours credit for that, isn't it, without a lunch break?
Is that going to get sent out to the realtors?
The first portion meets from 8:30 to 9:50 is commercial lease provisions and issues. There's a break from 9:50 to 10 o'clock. Picking up at 10 o'clock from 11:10 is residential lease provisions and issues again. And there's quite a few things that they're discussing. Case law, legislative updates, drafting considerations, default and remedy clauses, party to the leases, occupants, rent, and term, rights that cannot be waived or modified, disclosure obligations, the Fair Housing Act, tenant improvements, operating expenses, insurance and taxes, assignment and subletting, use restrictions, renewals and extensions, arbitration clauses, and guarantees. And from 11:10 to 12 o'clock, talks about landlord and tenant obligations. Lunch from 12 to 1. 1 to 2:10 is the eviction and judicial process. 2:20 to 3:30 is tenant and landlord files bankruptcy. What happens when either one of those parties has to file bankruptcy. And then the last part of the day, 3:30 to 4:30, is ethical considerations in landlord-tenant law.
All that equals 8 hours of credit.
Wow.
I don't think so.
Sounds like a week.
That is what they've asked for credit. You can either deny or ask for more.
Well, just, if it's 50 minutes an hour.
50 minutes seat
So how
time.
many hours of credit can you get if you take an hour out for lunch?
1.5.
It may work.
Did it go to 5? 4:30.
There were 2 rings or 3 rings in the end.
Typically an 8 hour class.
6 hours.
You take an hour out
10, 20, 30, 40. There's 7. It's right under 8 hours.
And the contact information for anybody who cares is through this Sterling Education Services.
Correct.
Do you have a phone number? Or
I sure do. Area code 715-855-0495.
Thank you. I'll move we approve this course.
I'll second that.
Have a motion, we approve the course, the lawyer's course. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
And I would move that we not approve 1288 and 1053 at this meeting and move those to next month and give us a little time to do some investigating on that. I move that course number 1288 and 1053 be moved to next month so that we've got time to investigate this a little bit before we approve those courses.
Are we investigating the practice of the correspondence course, or are we investigating these courses?
We're in these two particular courses need. Before we move forward, these courses need to be investigated.
I think
I'm confused because we talked about correspondence courses. We didn't talk about these courses.
Well, these are
We have
correspondence
other
courses,
correspondence courses that we've already approved.
but I'm making a motion we not approve these this month.
I thought we already had a motion not to approve them anyway.
Yeah.
Well, he made the motion.
a motion, we approve everything except these two,
So I could just,
And
So if we didn't approve them, then not approve them.
and the one, they were pulled out, and now she's making a motion that we don't approve. Going on
They
record.
were
it
just pulled out so that we could discuss them. We discussed online
Oh, I didn't know
courses.
to discuss them. I thought we just
Yeah.
No, it was to discuss them, so we got to do something with them. We can't just leave them hanging around.
I'm not sure we discussed these two courses. I thought we discussed online courses in general, not these two courses.
That's why I just made this motion so we can discuss these two particular courses.
Are you,
So what are we going to do about all the other online courses that we've already approved?
These are not online. These are correspondence.
Well, what are we going to do about the other correspondences that we've already approved?
Well, right now, we're not going to do anything.
She's just asking to delay these until next month. It's not like we're turning them down, we're just delaying them.
Commissioner Deshard, did I hear you say that you had some knowledge that these two particular courses, when they're mailed out, the answers are mailed with the course?
Yes.
With these two particular courses?
Well,
Providers.
yes.
Providers.
Providers. These two particular providers.
She's wanting to defer it to next month to give our educational director to look into this
It
matter.
may not even be true, but to look into it.
Will you?
If that's the case, if our concern is that these providers are sending out the answers with the course, I have no problem with deferring these, but I think it should go a step further and investigate the other courses that they offer, if that's what's being done.
I thought that's what the committee was gonna do.
If these two courses, if that is found to be the case, then our educational director will do some further investigation.
I don't know how we would know since these courses have not been offered.
These courses, the one is the 2013-2014 core course, but they just had the approval to do the 2011-2012 core course.
So you're saying in 11 and 12 core courses, that's what happened?
Yeah.
And for my clarification and for my charge for what I'm doing when I leave this meeting, and also for minutes purposes, because Director Maxwell and I are helping with the minutes, what do you want me to investigate when I go through these, specifically these correspondence courses?
Well, particularly, I think the first thing, and I don't, like I said, I don't think you're the one that needs to contact them, because if you contact them, they're going to know. I really think it needs to be a member to actually ask for a course and see what they get.
You've got the
Where
dates
are-
right
where
there,
are the
don't you?
courses?
Well,
I
they
have the
send
courses.
him everything. That's the whole thing. See, that's what we were talking about. When they send it to him, they send him the answer sheet, which is obvious because you have to submit it to him. But that's also what the students are getting.
What are the two courses? I heard
It's
numbers.
core course and Know the Code, Real Estate Ethics.
1288 and 1053.
I guess I'm still confused because if these two courses are what we're focusing on, and these courses have not been approved, how are we going to determine whether or not they're sending out the responses when they can't even offer the course yet?
But Isaac, one of these schools did the 2011-2012 core course.
Okay, let's investigate those courses and not this, because it's not even available for.
But it's the same, I mean, this is just the updated course. This is just the new course for 2013-2014.
But it's not been approved. So if you ask somebody, if you ask them to send you information on this course and it's never been approved, they can't send it to you.
I can get a hold of the 2011-2012. I know somebody that took that core course.
Then those are the ones we need to be focusing on and not this.
All I'm asking is that these not be approved at this meeting.
And I'm in agreement with that. But your discussion is that something was funny about the previous courses, so we're going to hold these two until we know how these are going to be done, and we can't know it until they've been approved.
Well, Steve has that information that we can look at.
Is your concern that they send the course out, they send the answers to the questions, instead of just sending the course out, answers being submitted back to the provider who looks at them and says, you passed? Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, that is my issue. The core course was sent out. That's the one that this commission says, we want this, 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 and this learned in it. They're getting the answers. It's taking them 45 minutes to transfer the answers into the test and send it back. They're learning nothing.
That sounds like an investigative type situation for me, because it's already occurred. This is something in the future, and it won't have a future if we don't approve it.
Okay, so don't approve it.
But can we approve the course subject to no answers being sent?
I'd rather, well, I'm not going to. I'd rather it just be postponed until next month because I know they're going to do the same thing for the next courses as they did for the last one. All it is an updated course. When I update courses, my courses I write, when I update them, all I change is what the new laws are.
But
And
my
make
point,
current
Janice, is that
guidelines.
if we don't approve the course, they can't offer the course. So when you call in and ask for information on the course, they got nothing to give you.
They in violation then for sending out a course out that's never been approved.
Right.
Which they may do.
And to add to the discussion, when a provider sends in information, I mean, of course, naturally, the answer key is with it, but I don't know how it's packaged when it goes out. They send this in for our ability to go through and check the answers, because right behind this is the speaker's resume. So, I mean, this is what they send to regulatory bodies.
Maybe part of your request should be a checklist, what actually goes out to the student. Or the manner in which how is this done? We send this to the student, they send this back, give us a description of how it's administered.
Mr. Chairman.
Second motion.
We have a motion to defer these two courses till next month, and a second by Commissioner McMullen. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
I move that we take a break.
Could you just, you got instructor reviews?
No,
This is in your report?
the instructor manual.
We can do it after the break.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
I just want to apologize to you all again for this happening to me in this room. I appreciate your cooperation this morning with getting as many people out of here. We never were able to exactly find out what the fire code limit is, but I think we were dangerously close to it, and I appreciate you taking care of that. Hopefully by your next meeting we'll have better space for you. We did work hard to try to find a bigger space, and I just wanted to apologize. And I appreciate your
Well,
cooperation.
as hot as it was, it probably would have caused fire if everybody was.
It is warm in here.
Yeah, it is warm.
This mayor of Oak Hill and also a former chairman of the Republican Party has offered his city as our next meeting place here in Nashville.
We'll go there.
It's the other event ready. You're welcome to meet there.
All right.
Let's do it.
At his city
Free of
hall.
charge, right?
No charge.
Yeah. Commissioner Giannini,
Yes.
you think that they'll be finished with our meeting room over Davy Crockett by next month?
The room itself is actually done. The audio video is not in yet. There's some delays there. We also discovered the table tops. The way it's set up right now, they put in what looks like a service counter. So they're going to be like this. And I said, that's not going to work. And you put a nameplate in front of your face, it's clearly going to be. So
Sounds pretty good.
we are arguing with General Services right now, arm wrestling, to have that changed because we want everybody to be able to see.
Get bar stools.
Yeah, bar stools. That may be that's actually a good backup option. It may be what we'll do. But the room looks good. You guys are all welcome to stop in over there and look at it on your way out of town. And hopefully we'll have the audio video. If we don't, the backup plan is to get the big room in this building downstairs.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff going on. They're moving people in and out, but I just really, really appreciate. I didn't find out until yesterday afternoon about 4:30 that we might have overcapacity, and I appreciate your cooperation so much.
Well, yeah, on this commission, you got 2 attorneys and 7 realtors. We know how to roll with the flow, so this has been fine.
Well, and also for those of you who don't know, the state fire marshal is in our department, so we really didn't want to have any problems. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner. 10-minute break.
Austin, I think we better be looking into your facility.
We already checked on it.
Yeah. I kind of gather that it's not going to be ready.
We're waiting on you, Paul.
Cute as
It's a college, you know how it goes.
We're live.
Big boys always think.
I'd like to call this real estate commission meeting back into session. Next thing on our agenda is our legal report.
You know, we got,
We got this instructor's training manual.
Okay.
You signed me to this last month.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. That's not instructor reviews, that's instructor's training manual.
That's right.
Commissioner Grease, the floor is yours.
Does everybody have a copy of this so you'll hear mine?
No, I don't
have a
No,
copy.
that was not given to everybody. It was just given to a few for review.
We'll trust you, though.
That's correct. Do you have a copy, Steve?
not with me.
You want me to just keep my notes separate?
Please, sir.
Okay, I'm done. Well, I have just a couple general concepts I want to mention.
I'm making a motion we adopt his recommendation. Since he thought so much of them to pass them out.
Wait a minute,
I do have one.
I'm sure they're good.
We can share it.
Just conceptually, okay? Let me talk about this for a minute.
I do have one, Mayor. if you want.
Do the providers who would take this and look at it, do we have any right to audit the classes individually or from staff? Is that built into this? I didn't see it.
No, but it is understood that the commission has the ability to go in and audit. I'd be more than happy to put that language in there.
My concern goes back to thinking about this before Janet ever started talking about it today. The accountability of the course and the provider. For instance, I think we should have the right, maybe we do, to send a survey to people who've taken classes. Occasionally send it. Not tell them when it's going to happen, saying, were the answers with the question? Did you get any value out of the course? Did you just pay money and get credit? Whatever those questions are. And I'm not sure that's stated in here.
It's not. That is to the provider instructors that everyone is at least on board to facilitate compliance with what's set forth in the manual.
So if everybody's going to get this, there ought to be, I would think, inside this document, some general statements that said, the Real Estate Commission is serious about making sure that these are quality courses. It reserves the right to audit the course, to survey participants, whatever. Just to put them on notice that it's not just for fun that we're doing this. That's just, I don't know if you need approval for that, but that's just one thought I had when I looked through it. Then I have some notes here somewhere. Under continuing education, and this is, again, just to talk about amongst us, we don't require people who live out of state to have continuing education in Tennessee.
Correct. If you're a non-resident, you do not take continuing education for your Tennessee real estate license.
And so, just generally speaking, I wonder if that's a good idea or not. Or should we make people that live in Kentucky but work in Tennessee take some continuing education in Tennessee?
I think everybody should have to have a core class if they've
But
got a license.
we don't
in
require it
Tennessee.
at this point,
Right.
based on what I read.
That's right.
That's going to take us back to reciprocity agreements, and some of them
We
don't
don't have-
require the Tennessee residents who are licensed in their state.
We don't have reciprocity.
No, we don't. But
The version that we have is, or it used to be. all
Ms.
at
Croplakes, do you have anything about reciprocity?
I have the, I mean, when I did all that research on reciprocity, I also looked into what states gave credit for CE if you were a non-resident, and what states didn't, or if some required a core course and some didn't. I mean, that's all that information that sort of lists that, what the other states that surround us and throughout the country do, whether they recognize another state's CE for compliance with their own CE requirements. If we certify to Mississippi fairly regularly that we, this person is grandfathered here and they complied with our requirements, or whatever the situation is, we make that representation. Mississippi, I think, is the only one I really see that asks for that. So if that's the kind of information that you're talking about.
I don't know the right answer to this, but if everybody who practices real estate in Tennessee has to take continued education, then why would people who live outside the state but practice in the state not have to take some as well? That's just a question.
We assume that they're taking it in the state in which they reside.
But that's only an assumption, right?
Well, as of 2 years ago, New Jersey was the only state that didn't require it, but now they do require it. Every state requires continuing education. It's just the amount per renewal period.
And I know the renewal periods are different, the number of hours required are different. Anyhow, it's just thought. I don't know right now. Under errors and omissions insurance, here it talked about a date of December 31st, 1990, and I guess is that when we first started requiring it, or I'm not sure what that date is in there for, so I might look at that. I have just one more thought about insurance. Where it says all active Tennessee real estate brokers, affiliate brokers, timeshare, blah, 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 blah. The Tennessee Real Estate Commission selected Rice Insurance Services. Well, that's not true. Right? The state of Tennessee did it. I just assumed we didn't do it.
No.
So I would
It's
make
really done through an art for the
Right.
the request for proposal.
just anything else is mine or Steve, and I'll talk to you later about it.
Okay, sure. Any of the other commissioners?
How can we address the out-of-state? Or do we just, I like that question that you threw out. So I just put my residence in Kentucky, but I'd have to take their courses, and I don't have to supply any information to the state of Tennessee. Okay, I'm just trying to think this out.
Right. Of course, you don't have any, knowledge of what the state laws are in the state of Tennessee when you do that either, because there's nothing requiring you
to
to
learn.
know that.
I'm surprised you didn't jump all on that just then.
I was giving John his space.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Janet.
Smiley face.
For your information, Mr. Charles, I'm grandfather from Kentucky too.
I'm not surprised.
I'll tell you what, you're not that grandfathered in Alabama, nobody is. They make everybody take.
Good for Alabama.
Well, they can play football and they can do that, that's it.
You wasn't making a living, part of your living teaching it.
Actually, I would. I was concerned about it way before.
I'd like to thank Commissioner Grease for taking the time to go through this for us.
Yes.
I wish that other tooth spit out.
It's not in there.
Okay, brother. I'm glad you don't.
Can you give us that information next month?
Yeah, that's what I was
about-
telling Steve. I mean, we can look at that again, because I've got all that, as I say, gathered from when we looked at when you all looked at reciprocity, and that was briefly discussed then, but not in a whole lot of detail. So but I do have it all broken down into what states recognize and what states.
Where you get that alarm clock you got on?
I've had it for like 20 some odd years, I think.
It looks like one I
Still
have.
keep time twice a day?
Does it keep time? Sure, I just.
Right, twice a day.
You should see all these diamonds over here.
I
They're
just
bouncing my eye
Well,
out.
man just put new batteries in it not so long ago. Yeah.
Does anybody have anything else to bring up in regards to Steve's education report? If not, now we go on to Julie Crotch and our complaint legal report.
Okay. Has everybody found it in their iPads? All right. Numbers 1 and
Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the legal report, as I'm sure everybody else has. There's only one of the cases that has any sort of penalty with it. 2 of them have litigation monitoring, and the other 22 are all dismissals. I move that we adopt council's recommendation for all the cases in the legal report this month.
I'd like to second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve all of the complaints that our attorney recommends to dismiss at one time. Motion is made by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner Collins. Any discussion on this motion?
Is there any precedent for this, Mr. Chairman?
No.
Oh, it is too. We've done this before. Several times. And our attorney said it's legal.
if you have all had a chance to review and reviewed this, and this is the commission's determination, the legal report is a part of our minutes. We've been verifying for the last couple months that the entire text of it is included in the minutes. It's up to you all if you've all reviewed it and considered it, and that's what you'd like to
Term
do.
was had a chance to review, which
And
was
reviewed.
given because they were sent out in advance.
And reviewed. Yes.
Not had a chance, but and reviewed.
Any other discussion on this motion? Commissioner Alexander.
If I had a complaint, when somebody filed a complaint against me, and I was in this complaint list today, and it was not presented before this commission and voted on, I'd sue you.
It's been presented.
I don't care if it has. We hadn't taken action on it. I don't think it's right. I think you ought to review. Everyone ought to stand on his own. I know it takes up time, but I think it's wrong. But I will, whatever the full commission wants to do, I'm for it. I'm going to vote against the motion, but I'll be right in line, and I won't be upset about it.
Any other discussion on this motion?
Call for the question.
Question has been called. Roll call.
I just knew you were saying so. Got it out. This is the motion to approve the legal report and the recommendations by council without further presentation that all the commissioners have had an opportunity to.
For all
For the dismissal.
For the dismissal.
For the dismissal.
Just the one that
Okay.
dismissed.
Well,
Alexander,
no, against the motion.
against the motion. Collins,
Yes.
DeChara,
No.
Reese,
No.
Flitcroft,
No?
Haynes,
No.
McMullen,
Yes.
Northern,
Yes.
Stevenson.
No.
Motion fails. 63.
Good try. It's not that we don't like to do it.
No. Just love listening.
They don't like.
That's one person's opinion. We're relying on.
Y'all ready? For,
Yes. Yep. Ready.
Okay. Numbers 1 and 2, 2012, 014, 061, 2012, 014, 062. Complainant is the executor of complainant's father's estate. Complainant alleges that complainant's father entered into a trust agreement with Respondent 2, retired broker. Respondent 1 is Respondent 2's spouse and is a principal broker, for the purchase of a piece of property. Pursuant to the agreement, Respondent 2 and complainant's father were beneficiaries of this trust. The trust agreement, in part, empowered Respondent 2 as the trustee to sell, lease, grant, option, mortgage, convey, encumber, and contract to sell and convey the property and any parts thereof with the consent and at the direction of the beneficiaries. Specifically, these actions could be performed only upon written order and direction signed by the beneficiaries. In 2011, complainant states that Respondent 2 entered into a deed of trust with a bank, creating a mortgage on the property, constructing a home there, and Respondent 1 listed the property for sale. At this time, it is unknown to counsel whether the property has been sold. Respondent states all was done without the consent or knowledge of complainant or the estate. Respondent submitted a response denying the allegations and stating the matter was an active litigation based on an arbitration agreement between the parties regarding this trust issue with the subject property and an issue regarding an automobile. Complainant withdrew from arbitrating the matter prior to a determination, and Respondent 2 filed the complaint to enforce the arbitration agreement. Respondents deny wrongdoing and state that TREC should wait until the pending litigation is concluded before considering the issue. The aforementioned automobile issue involves a dispute between the parties regarding the rightful possession of an automobile which belonged to complainant's deceased father and was in Respondent 2's possession. Criminal charges were filed against Respondent 2 regarding the automobile, and it appears that Respondent 2 has pled guilty to a misdemeanor relating to Respondent's application for lost title, which included a false VIN number, and entered into a diversion agreement without an adjudication of guilt with a period of probation, after which the matter, if there are no violations, is expungible with the outcome of the automobile's possession dependent upon the civil proceedings. Recently, the arbitrator issued the findings to the court at the court's direction. The arbitrator determined that the complainant's father's estate was entitled to payment for half of the fair market value of the unimproved lot as of the date of complainant's father's death, minus the expenses of Respondent 2 for maintaining and or improving the lot in exchange for quitclaiming the estate's interest. The arbitrator also found that the transfer of the automobile from the complainant's father to Respondent 2 constituted a gift, and found that the automobile should be delivered to Respondent 2. Though the arbitrator has issued the findings, the civil matter is still open, and there is a possibility that more information will be uncovered through the course of the civil litigation which could be pertinent to the Commission's determination of this matter. And therefore, the recommendation is a consent order for litigation monitoring as to both of these respondents.
This is somebody
Move
in
that we
Sumner
accept
County.
council's recommendation.
Second.
I need to recuse myself. It's in my county.
Motion's been made by Commissioner McMullen and seconded by Commissioner Northern.
Other way around.
The other way around. Commissioner Northern made the motion, Commissioner McMullen seconded the motion. Any discussion on this motion?
I'd just like to thank Julie for that new term, litigation monitoring. She hasn't included that in there.
Well, I spoke with Deputy Counsel. I realized that even though we've been dismissing some of these when there's litigation ongoing, he advised that this is the route we should take in situations such as that. So,
In layman's terms, exactly what does consent order for litigation monitoring?
means that the respondents would enter into a consent order stating that laying out the civil proceedings which are taking place and requiring those respondents to notify the commission. I believe it's within 10 days of the outcome, and provide documentation of that to the commission. And I would also be following up with it periodically to make sure, but the order makes it incumbent upon them to notify us of the outcome.
It does not close this file.
Does not close it. It stays open on our report, and the order places an obligation with those respondents to update us in a timely manner at the conclusion.
Mr. Chairman, we can put them on hold.
Put it on hold and monitor it as it goes forward.
Before we vote, Julie, could you tell me what the complaint is related to the real estate law?
These are the allegations of the complaint.
I know, but are they related? Like, what does an automobile have to do with anything?
Well, I believe it's just the same parties. These two things are closely tied together, and this is the information that was included because, you know, there was a significant amount of documentation included. In the interest of giving you all of the information, this was all included so that you could make your decision based off of it.
Occasionally you make a recommendation to us, say, it appears to be no violation of the Tennessee Real Estate License and Brokerage Act. And I can't find the violation. I know there are a lot of accusations, but they sound more like estate-related than real estate-related to me.
Well, there is a piece of property at question.
Well, I know we've seen pieces of property many times at question that appear to be outside the brokerage law. Now, I'm happy to vote A on the motion to monitor, but I really don't know where the complaint related to real estate is as far as this body's concerned.
You know, and that's for you all to discuss because I was told that, you know, if there's litigation, there's a possibility instead of closing these pending and do these agreements to closely monitor it. It was just something that, you know, it doesn't appear that there has been a resolution to this. There's a possibility more facts can come out. It's of course up to you all, though.
Yeah.
And there is potential for it being somehow real estate related in the outcome.
Plus, there's also issues with them having charges filed against them and them having a real estate license too.
If I'm a conservator of the state or administrator of the state or executive of the state, that's a different issue than real estate. In my mind.
I agree with that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's a violation of the Brokers Act. But that's just my vote.
I'm going to vote down on my recommendation.
It's been so long. What was your motion?
Take council's recommendation.
Take council recommendation and consent order for litigating monitoring. That's to both respondents. Any other questions or comments on this complaint? Hearing none. All in favor that we take council's recommendation, say aye.
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 I recuse myself.
No.
No?
I think it's one abstention.
I voted two. I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote two. Pardon?
It was 5-2 to 2. You were in the abstentions.
Either way I vote is I vote
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just going to abstain then.
Okay, 5-2 to 2. You were right, Commissioner McMullen. 5-2 to 2. Passes. Next.
2012018-441. Complainant is the owner of a home which was listed for sale. Complainant was contacted by respondent, affiliate broker, who stated that respondent had an offer from potential buyers. Complainant states the complainant was inaccessible for the next few days and asked respondent to put the offer in writing and allow complainant approximately 6 days from the date of the phone call to formally respond. Complainant states that soon after the written offer was submitted, dated the same day of the phone call, with an offer time limit of several days before the day complainant had originally requested. Complainant contacted respondent by phone and requested the original discussed timeline in which to respond, which respondent allowed. Complainant then submitted a written counteroffer to respondent's potential buyers, which also had a time limit specified. Complainant states that respondent contacted complainant by phone with a verbal counteroffer from the potential buyers several hours before complainant's counteroffer's time limit. Complainant and respondent then discussed getting the counteroffer in writing along with other issues regarding the commission percentage to respondent, and respondent sent complainant a follow-up email referencing the verbal counteroffer. Several days later, complainant contacted respondent and verbally accepted the potential buyer's verbal counteroffer in a voicemail. Later that day, complainant states that respondent sent an email stating that the potential buyers did not wish to go forward on the purchase. At that point, complainant alleges that complainant and respondent spoke on the phone, and complainant alleges that respondent was unprofessional during the call. Respondent submitted a response through an attorney stating that respondent represented the potential buyers and not complainant. Respondent states there was no purchase and sale agreement executed and agreed to by the parties. Respondent states that the potential buyers submitted their written offer and agreed to respondent that complainant could be allowed additional time to submit complainant's counteroffer. Respondent states that complainant's counteroffer contained a deadline as well, and during that period, respondent was instructed by the potential buyers to convey a verbal counteroffer. Respondent states that complainant understood the requirement of a written agreement based on complainant conveying to respondent via email 3 days after the deadline and complainant's counteroffer that complainant had not received the potential buyer's verbal counteroffer in writing. Respondent states that once respondent received this email from complainant, respondent conferred with the potential buyers who decided not to go forward, which respondent stated in reply to the complainant. Respondent denied being unprofessional with complainant on the telephone and denies any wrongdoing, stating that a purchase and sale agreement must be in writing and respondent's responsibility was to represent respondent's clients, and those clients chose not to proceed on the transaction. Based on the documentation within the file, there does not appear to be a violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Commissioner DeShaw has made a motion. We accept council's recommendation and dismiss. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Northern seconds the motion. Any discussion?
Question, would agency law apply? Is there signs that they disclose that he was representing the buyer?
Yeah, I don't think that the issue is they're claiming that she was representing the complainant in any way, shape, or form.
Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 4.
2012019-041. Complaint opened by Trek against respondent firm based on respondent's failure to satisfy an agreed citation sent to respondent as a result of a Trek auditor's report from May 2012 regarding respondent's accounts. The auditor's report indicated that respondent does property management work but does not hold security deposits, and respondent was depositing rent payments into respondent's escrow account. A broker with respondent noted on the auditor report that rent deposits were being put into the escrow account because the money belonged to others, but respondent would open a management account for the funds since that was the correct procedure. After the complaint was opened, the Trek auditor returned to respondent firm because it appeared that respondent had no principal broker, and the broker who addressed the issues in the first audit report had a license which expired after the first May audit in July 2012. The auditor obtained additional information that the broker who addressed the issues in the initial audit report was the only person in the firm and had been acting as the principal broker. It appears after the auditor's second visit, the broker reinstated the broker's license and paid to upgrade to principal broker for respondent firm. On the second visit, the auditor also reviewed respondent's accounts. It was noted that respondent opened a management account and there was no earnest money or security deposits within that account because respondent does property management and does not hold security deposits. Based on the documentation contained within the file, there does not appear to be any evidence of failure to account for funds of any clients, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
Motion has been made by Commissioner DeShara to dismiss. Second?
Second, for the purpose of putting it on discussion, the question is, do we want a letter of recommendation or not? I don't feel like imposing a penalty or fine is appropriate, but
A letter of instruction?
a letter of instruction, yeah.
Regarding the escrow rule,
Mm-hmm.
that's up to you all.
And I would also say if he had the potential for being the principal broker and it had not been activated, he was operating without a principal broker, so that should be in the letter of warning also.
Do you want to make an amendment to this motion that's on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, I move we amend the motion on the floor to require a letter of instruction to be made to the principal broker regarding escrow accounts and principal brokers.
I have a question with your statement that he opened up an account, a management account, and that there was no earnest money or security deposits within that account because respondent does property management and does not hold security deposits. Were they being held by a third party?
I believe by the owners was the indication.
Believe what?
I believe the indication was that the method of doing business was that someone else had it, presumably the owners, the auditor.
Is this company within an area that falls under the Tennessee landlord-tenant law? Because if it is, he has to have a security deposit account.
I'm not sure.
It is.
Certain locales are exempt, and if it's
It is
like
within
Knoxville or
It's covered by the landlord too.
So he should have a security deposit account. Am I not right?
That's right.
I think the landlord tenant act says that if there is a security deposit, that the person holding the security has to provide that information to the person for whom the security is held. I don't think there's any part of the law that says it has to be a third party. So if the owners were holding the security deposit, it would be then responsibility of the owners to tell that person where and what the security deposit
But the account has to be identified in some fashion.
Yes,
And it
but-
has to be a part of the lease agreement.
It does,
It
but
has
it
to
doesn't
be-
have to be the licensee that does it. It can be the owners. That there's no requirement for the third party doing it. It would be whoever's holding the security deposit has to relay that information to the rental.
And not the person who's running the management
No,
company.
it's the person who's holding the security deposit.
You are shaking your head in the affirmative, so I'm going to take your word and leave it alone.
It's the name of the bank, not the account number. And that changed, it changed 3 or
The
4
account
times.
number used to be a part of it, it's no
Yeah,
longer
they
part of it.
change it every other day.
Okay. We've got, at the present time, we've got an amendment by Commissioner Flitcroft to Commissioner DeSharo's motion to dismiss. You want to amend that motion to, won't you just
I'll
take
just
yours off the
withdraw
floor?
mine.
Okay, we don't have any, there's no,
Somebody said, oh, he seconded.
yeah,
David
yeah,
seconded.
Commissioner Flitcroft seconded for discussion purposes. There's no motion on the floor. Would you like to make one, Commissioner Flitcroft?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we require a letter of instruction on principal brokers and escrow accounts be given in this case.
Motion
Second.
by Commissioner Flitcroft, letter of instruction, and seconded by Commissioner DeSharo. Any discussion on this motion?
Just a quick thought, question. So it was clear at some point, this company or this principal broker was in violation, right?
Yes.
But the recommendation is, over a period of time, he corrected, or she corrected all the issues that were in violation. So is that generally the philosophy of this commission, that if, as long as they get it right by the time it gets to us, we show leniency? I'm just trying to...
John, if you
John is
would,
right.
my motion, I'd address it that we went up to Johnson City and we had somebody that had a working escrow account and we busted them. I feel like his willingness to do, we did bust him.
Well, no, I'm just laughing at your terminology.
Okay. I feel like he generally didn't know what he was doing right, and he's done right.
Well, you also had another violation. You have a violation of operating a company without a principal broker.
That's right.
I know we hold the principal brokers responsible. In this case, there wasn't one, but I think that not all infractions rise to the level of a penalty. I think we ought to be sometimes in a position to instruct an individual on the proper way to do things when we know that there was no malicious intent.
A letter of instruction, I think, would cover that. Right, accomplish that, and that's your motion.
That's my motion.
The letter
Nobody
of-
seconded
I'm
it.
saying that there was a violation.
Yeah, Commissioner DeSharo seconded
That's
it.
why the letter of instruction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to send a letter of instruction in this case. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Number 5.
2012-019-211. Complainants and several family members met with respondent, affiliate broker, and asked respondent to purchase a home which respondent had purchased in a foreclosure. The property was previously owned by a family member of complainants who lost the property in a foreclosure. The complainant stated that they negotiated with respondent to purchase the home. The parties verbally agreed on a purchase price, but complainant stated that respondent would not write up a contract. Approximately 1 month later, the parties closed on the property, and a HUD-1 statement was signed by the complainants as buyers and respondent as seller. According to complainants, respondent received the check and left. On the following morning, complainants were contacted by the closing company, informed that respondent had come back, picked up the deed, and left a check from complainant stating that respondent no longer wanted to sell the home. The complaint indicates that the parties are now in litigation regarding the home and alleges rents owed to respondent. It appears from the documentation that complainant's family members who were the previous owners are occupying the home, but complainants state they cannot get insurance on the home because complainant holds the deed. Respondent submitted a response stating that respondent met with the complainants and family and agreed to sell the house at roughly half the market value in a quick cash closing within a week to 10 days because respondent sympathized with their situation. Respondent states that at that time, respondent told them if it went over that time period, there would be a $900 per month rental rate. Respondent states that respondent closed with the understanding that the rental agreement would be worked out between the parties. Respondent states that after the closing concluded, respondent was told that the $900 rent would not be paid since they had already closed. At that point, respondent states that the closing company was closed for the day and respondent went back the next morning because all the terms of the deal were not going to be met. Respondent states the complainants purchased the home through a private lender who is also involved with the lawsuit. Based on subsequent responses, it appears that the parties dispute a number of issues, including but not limited to whether there was an agreement to pay rent and whether there was an agreement to close within 7 to 10 days. Based on the documentation contained within the file, it does not appear that respondent was the seller. It appears that respondent was the seller of the home and did not act as a licensee, nor does it appear that there was any belief by any of the parties that respondent represented the complainants in the transaction. It appears that the parties are currently engaged in active litigation regarding the circumstances which are the subject of this complaint. Based on the documentation in the file, this appears to be a disputed issue between the parties which is best left for resolution through civil litigation, and the recommendation therefore is to dismiss.
Was there in this file, is there a disclosure that he owned that house?
They met with him, they contacted him because they knew he was the seller. He did not receive commission or anything.
He was a licensed agent. Was there a disclosure that he had a personal interest in it?
There was not a written disclosure form in the file.
And haven't we determined in the past that you can't be a realtor today and not be a realtor tomorrow just because of the situation? Whether you want to be one or not.
You have determined that if you're asking me that. But in this particular case, we reviewed the file. It was known to the buyers that he was the owner.
Makes no difference.
Well, but he was
If
not.
I own a piece of property and I'm selling it, I got to disclose to you that I own it.
There was no indication in the file that that was not disclosed to them. Not at all. There was no indication of that at all.
Was there ever a signed written contract?
That he had a personal
There was not a
Then he's in
contract for
violation.
purchase and sale.
No, it was not. There was nothing in the file. There was no.
It was a foreclosure that some of the family members had owned, were foreclosed upon, and this respondent purchased the home at the foreclosure sale. Therefore, this family sought respondent out, knowing that respondent had purchased the home through the foreclosure, and asked to buy it from respondent. If that clarifies just the situation
But he
at
was
all.
an owner agent.
No, he wasn't acting as an agent. He was acting as the owner.
He still owned the property and was a realtor.
A broker.
Or real estate agent.
A licensee.
A licensee, not a broker, not a broker.
We don't know that. Whether he was or not, so yeah.
Licensee.
I still think you've got to disclose.
Maybe you need to take that file and review it. I make a recommendation we let Commissioner Alexander review that file.
So when you say disclose, verbal disclosure, you say you're going to have to send everybody, and at what point do you do
You got to
that?
disclose that you own it if you sell it.
Okay, if somebody
Somebody-
calls me about a piece of property that I own, I say, I own the piece of property.
You got to disclose it. You got.
I think you got to
You
disclose
think I've
it,
got to
but
fill out a piece of paper and give it to them?
Written
Or at
disclosure.
the very least, in the document states Michelle Haynes is a licensed real estate agent.
But obviously there were no documents.
there's no written contract.
There wasn't a written
That could be
contract.
another issue all by itself.
I mean, I know a lot of people that sell property without a contract. And then they just go and get the deed. I'll get the deed written up and give them the deed and everything's over with.
I move to take council's recommendation. Move on.
Second.
I made a motion.
Nobody seconded it.
Yeah, your
No.
motion failed for
Nobody
lack of a
seconded it,
second.
but just wait a minute. Don't get in such a big hurry.
I'll second.
I think
second his.
you're seconding his.
Which motion was first and which motion
My
was?
motion was
Her-
first.
her-
What was
her-
your
motion
motion?
hers failed.
Yours failed for lack of
Little
second.
My motion was that he look at it.
Commissioner Alexander,
And that
because I
failed.
think I'm in charge of the meeting now. So
Yeah, she's-
Commissioner
She's got
Alexander
that gavel.
made the motion, yeah, he gave me the gavel a minute ago, to dismiss.
See, we don't even know who's in charge around here.
Yeah, I know it.
You have a document stating you're in charge.
I don't think I have a document stating I'm in charge.
They don't have to sit on any papers, so we already have it.
Thank you, Grover.
Where's my document stating I'm in charge?
Is there a second?
Right here, I second.
Okay. Commissioner Collins seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Next.
Number 6, 2012019231. Complainant purchased a home where the seller was represented by respondent, affiliate broker, same respondent as previous complaint. After a home inspection and a termite inspection, complainant wanted several issues resolved, which were agreed to by the seller. One of the issues involved a repair to the chimney area to shed away water from the chimney, which was not able to be completed prior to closing by the company who had previously replaced the roof. Because the seller lived out of town, complainant states that respondent verbally agreed that the chimney improvement would be paid for by the seller or respondent, and respondent signed the buyer's final inspection, stating that respondent would be sure that the company which had previously replaced the roof would perform the chimney improvement. Complainant states that in the weeks following the closing, complainant and complainant's broker repeatedly contacted respondent because the improvement had not been done, and complainant's broker contacted respondent's broker about the chimney improvement, and complainant filed this complaint. Respondent submitted a response stating that the work was completed prior to the filing of the complaint. Respondent states that the delay in getting the work done was due to backups with getting a contractor to do the work. Respondent states that after contacting the company which had previously replaced the roof, respondent was put into contact with the company's subcontractor because this was a small job and the subcontractor completed the work. Respondent also stated that in the meantime another roofing company reflashed the chimney area. Respondent states that all the work has been completed and paid for several months. Complainant submitted an additional response stating that complainant was unaware that the work had been done because respondent did not notify complainant or complainant's broker, but confirming that the work was completed, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Sounds like a contractual dispute, recommend to dismiss.
Second.
Mr. Northern makes a motion, and Collins has the second. Any
There wasn't any
discussion?
paperwork on this.
It was in the final inspection saying it would be done, and like I said, it appears that it was done.
No harm, no foul.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. 7.
2012019271. Complainant was the prior owner of a residence. Respondent, affiliate broker, purchased the home after complainant was foreclosed upon. Eviction proceedings began against complainant, and then it appears that complainant and respondent moved into a move-out and possession agreement, which provided that if complainant moved out of the property by a specified date, respondent would pay the complainant $2,500. In order to receive the payment, the agreement specified that complainant must move out and relinquish possession to respondent by a date specified, that the property must not be damaged in any way, and all items attached to the property must remain, and that no other tenants may be living in the property and must be completely vacated by the specified date. Complainant provided a copy of the agreement signed by respondent but not complainant. Complainant states that complainant moved out by the date specified, but respondent has not paid complainant pursuant to the agreement. The respondent submitted a response stating that respondent purchased the property from an individual who bought the property out of foreclosure. Respondent states that the individual had already attempted to ask complainant to leave the property and an eviction notice was filed. Therefore, respondent states that an attorney was hired and the entity that sold the property to respondent to draft the move-out and possession agreement. Respondent states that complainant failed to comply with the agreement by failing to vacate the property by the specified date, by leaving the house damaged with items removed, and by having an estate sale which lasted beyond the specified date, resulting in many individuals accessing the property after the specified date. Additional responses from complainant and respondent were submitted, with complainant insisting that the terms of the agreement were met and respondent arguing that they were not. Based on the documentation contained in the file, this appears to be a contractual dispute between the parties, and the documentation within the file does not appear to evidence the violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Flitcroft and a second by Commissioner Northern to dismiss. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 8.
82012019311. Anonymous complaint complainant was looking to purchase a property in Tennessee and was put in touch with respondent, an affiliate broker. Anonymous complaint alleges that respondent and respondent's spouse, who is unlicensed, showed properties to the individual, and respondent made the individual uncomfortable bragging about respondent's connections and experience through licensure in an eastern state. The individual then researched respondent online and could not find any information that respondent was licensed in the eastern state, but discovered that respondent had previously held a professional license in a southern state which had been revoked. Based on this information, it was discovered by the TREC office that respondent, who applied for licensure with TREC in 2009, did not disclose the revocation of respondent's professional license in the southern state. In fact, respondent answered no to the question, have you ever been refused a license or had a license revoked, suspended, reprimanded, or fined by a federal, state, or local government, do not include motor vehicle license. Respondent submitted a response stating that respondent's unlicensed spouse denying that respondent's unlicensed spouse showed property. Respondent states the anonymous complaint is a disgruntled former client. Respondent states that respondent was licensed in the eastern state and included a copy of the card showing that respondent had held a professional license in the eastern state. As to the allegations regarding the revoked license in the southern state, respondent admits that respondent did not answer the question properly. Respondent indicates that it was so long ago and respondent was confused by the question on the application. Further, respondent states that respondent did not answer the complaint in the southern state and the license there was automatically revoked. A copy of the final order from the southern state was obtained, which showed that respondent's professional license was revoked there in 2005 due to a revocation of respondent's professional license in the eastern state earlier in 2005. A copy of the order from the eastern state indicates that respondent's license there was revoked due to respondent's improper performance of a job duty. Respondent did not disclose either of these license revocations on respondent's 2009 TREC application. Therefore, the recommendation is a consent order for voluntary revocation of respondent's affiliate broker license based on respondent's substantial and willful misrepresentations on respondent's license application with the Commission in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 6213-312B1 and conduct which constitutes improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated Section 6213-312B20.
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
I have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McMullen. Is there any discussion? I'd like to know what license did he have in the other states? It says professional license, and I'm sorry I'm having trouble seeing it.
Yes.
What kind of license?
I don't want to give away too much identifying information. Would it be enough to tell you it was not a real estate license?
Okay.
It was another professional license, or I don't know. Do you think that's giving away too much information?
No, I think you would just say that.
So
But the question is worded, the reason I included the question was so that you all would know exactly what's asked. And it says, have you ever been refused a license or had a license revoked, suspended, reprimanded, or fined by any federal, state, or local government? Do not include a motor vehicle license. It was not a motor
and
vehicle
his response
license.
was that he didn't understand that question.
Said no, and really also did not disclose at that time when we sent the complaint out. We did not realize that a second license had been revoked, and that was not disclosed to us in the response. That was something I obtained a copy of the order of on my own afterward.
Just a quick question. So we're going to send this consent order to the licensee. Will his broker be, or her broker be made aware of this action at this point?
Well, it's just a consent order. It's an offer to settle it informally, so it's really, unless they choose to accept it, it'll go forward to litigation for a formal hearing. I'm sorry. But by sending the consent order, we're not revoking anything or taking any action.
In a case like this, I'm just curious whether the principal broker ought to be aware that this consent order's been offered. I don't know the right answer to that.
Wouldn't the principal broker have received a copy of the complaint?
I believe it's just, okay.
We got a
Yeah,
copy, not-
right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Also get a copy of the consent.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll get a copy of the consent. Is that what you're?
That's my question.
I have, when I send out consent orders, I typically just send them to the respondent. I have not been sending copies of those to these individuals' principal brokers.
I'm going to have a motion when we get through this.
Thank you.
Question on the motion.
Are you back in charge?
No, I'm just
Moving it along.
I'm just one of 9.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Now, my
Motion.
motion is that from this day forward, that the principal broker be put on notice of any actions that's taken against one of their affiliates.
So you'd
I'll
like them to
second
be
that.
copied on the correspondence with a Okay.
Not the
Yeah.
correspondence as much as the decision.
Consent order.
I send a letter with the consent order. It would be easy to add a CC line and send a copy of what we're sending to the respondent to their broker, and it would also be documented on the letter.
I'll
Because
second that motion.
it can conceivably be that this broker may be liable for
It was seconded.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I'll be happy to do that if that's what you want.
Wendell, do you want to address that? I'm troublesome. I don't really think the principal broker did anything wrong, but I'd like to hear from the rest
I
of you.
don't either, I don't.
But he
know
needs
that
to
at the
know.
moment, but
Yeah.
He needs to know what kind of agent he's got.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
needs to be aware that he's got an agent doing that kind of stuff on his own.
Maybe he's not, but he can. But if I'm the principal broker and the licensing agency has some action against one of my
You need to
affiliates,
know
I
it.
need to know about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Alexander made a motion, and the second was Isaac? Yes, Isaac.
No, Commissioner Collins.
Commissioner Collins. His motion was to notify the principal broker in cases like this.
And letters as well, like for a letter of instruction.
anything.
Anything, I agree with that. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion.
Now,
Madam-
I got one other question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mr.
No, you're in charge.
Thank you.
Now he's in
He has
charge.
he has the floor.
Well, he'll pass the gavel.
When those cases that we dismiss, you notify the people that had the claim, the complaint filed against them?
I don't send out the letters. It's my understanding that Connell sends out the dismissal letters. I send out any consent orders and letters of instruction or
Ms.
warning.
Mackle,
But
does that, I think the principal broker needs to know also that the complaint was dismissed.
So get a copy of the dismissal or whatever letter that
Let
either
the
there's
principal
dismissal
broker know
or.
that their
yeah.
agent didn't.
The principal broker should be kept informed throughout the process.
That's right.
I mean,
Because
if he's
he's
responsible
ultimately
for it.
responsible for that agent.
And he may come back and get dragged into it.
Does that need a motion?
Yes, there was a motion.
There was a
Second.
motion. Second by Commissioner Collins. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
If I could, Madam Chairman, real quickly, you four attendees who are here getting 8 hours of continuing education, Ms. Crop, who is our attorney, is also the attorney for the auctioneers. I don't know if you noticed how fast she's reading, but it comes in handy. Been around those auctioneers.
it's already too.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
go on, Julie.
Some of them she'd be glad to stay away from.
9 through 13, 2012-019-381, 2012-019-382, 2012-019-383, 2012-019-384, and 2012-019-491. Complainants attended a timeshare presentation in 2009 offered by respondents. Respondent 1 is a timeshare salesperson. Respondent 2 was a timeshare salesperson whose license is currently expired. Respondent 3 is a timeshare salesperson. Respondent 4 is a firm, and Respondent 5 is the firm's principal broker. Complainants allege misrepresentations at the presentation included but not limited to the timeshare being a great financial investment, that the resort was new construction when it was really a remodel, that complainants could rent their timeshare for profit, that the timeshare would qualify as a tax write-off, and the resort would buy back the timeshare if complainants ever decided to sell. Finally, complainants state that they were rushed through the closing and were not given adequate opportunity to read the documents which they signed. Respondent 1 responded and stated that Respondent 1 does not have documentation relating to the sale because Respondent 1 is transferred and now works for another resort, but denied making the alleged misrepresentations. Respondent 2 had also transferred to another resort since the time of the sale of the complainants had a license which is now expired and submitted no response. A response was submitted by Respondents 3, 4, and 5, which denies that any misrepresentations were made to complainants in the timeshare purchase, and in fact the documents signed by complainants explain that complainants were not purchasing as a financial investment or with the expectation of rent returns, tax advantages, or guaranteed buyback. Further, Respondents 3, 4, and 5 deny that respondents were rushed through the closing process. The documentation in the file does not appear to evidence a violation by respondents, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
I make a motion and we take council's recommendation and dismiss.
Mr. Stevenson makes a motion, second by DeCharo. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next.
14 and 15, 2012019761 and 2012019762. The complainant hired respondents. Respondent 1 is a firm, Respondent 2 is a broker in 2011 to manage 2 properties. Complainant alleges that respondents mismanaged complainant's properties, which resulted in complainant terminating Respondent's management services in June 2012. Complainant alleges that Respondent has not returned spare keys to the properties, has not provided copies of vendor invoices as requested by complainant at termination, and has not returned a non-refundable option payment which was made on one of the properties by a tenant pursuant to a lease purchase agreement or a security deposit paid by a tenant on the second property. All is requested in complainant's termination letter to respondents, which was sent through an attorney, and to which complainant states respondents were non-responsive. Also, complainant states the complainant was wrongfully charged by respondents for a repair to the air conditioning unit, which respondent states was the responsibility of the tenants under the lease purchase agreement, which stated that the lessee had the responsibility for repairs. Respondent submitted a reply disputing complainant's allegations. Respondents state that the spare keys were mailed to respondent. Respondent also attached copies of repair invoices. With regard to the charge for the air conditioner repair, which complainant states was the responsibility of the tenants, respondents state that when tenants signed the lease purchase agreement, it was during cooler weather and therefore impossible to tell if the unit was not working at the time. And respondents said that due to this, most owners prefer to make a repair rather than to lose a tenant over the issue. As to the return of the tenant's security deposit, respondent states that complainant was credited the deposit on complainant's owner statement. With regard to the non-refundable option payment held pursuant to the lease option agreement, respondent states that the complainant owes respondent an amount of money and offered to return to complainant the balance of the option payment, but said respondent could not return this amount while in dispute. The documentation provided does not appear to evidence a violation by respondents, but instead this appears to be a dispute between the parties, which is best left for resolution through civil litigation and/or mediation, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Question. With regards to the deposit being held to offset what the respondent was due, what kind of documentation was provided for that?
There was a copy of the lease option agreement the agreement was executed with the respondents as the lessor and the tenants as the lessee, and it stated that it was a non-refundable payment to the tenants.
Okay, but it's not the tenant that's requesting it.
It's the complainant who is the owner.
And the rationale for not returning it to the owner as a part of his proceeds from...
I believe what the respondent was saying is, this complainant, this owner owes me money. We have a disputed amount to which we owe each other, because in no case it's the tenant's money. We have a disputed amount that we owe one another.
Is there correspondence?
Was the security deposit reverted to income?
The security deposit was credited to the owner's account. The security deposit that was paid was second.
So it was no longer a security deposit. It was...
Sorry.
It was credited on the outline of the outline that was provided of the amounts paid and owed to them.
It was included in the final accounting so that individual knows that money was a part of what was owed and due to and from the respondent.
In respondent's accounting, respondent alleges that the complainant still owes money, but deducted that security deposit amount from the amount owed to them, so gave credit to the owner for that money.
Let me ask it in a simple way. The deposit has been segregated somehow from other proceeds, or it is now part of the proceeds?
The respondent has put in the statement that money has been credited to the complainant. He still says money is owed to him, but has credited the amount. Yes. It has been addressed in the statement as being credited.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I've got a comment. If this is a non-refundable option fee, it looks like it ought to have been paid to the owner when the lease option was signed.
That would have been my assumption, but that's why I was asking about the paperwork. So
the documents the documents as they are drafted state that it is non-refundable to the lessee. It stays with the lessor. It may be a contractual issue they have one another, but there appears to be nothing in that lease option agreement that says that specifically states that the money will go to complainant as the owner. It actually, the way the document is drafted, says it's non-refundable to respondent as lessor.
They probably went to that class that Sterling Education served.
I know it hadn't been approved yet.
Any further
Move to
discussion?
accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Commissioner Northern makes a motion, Commissioner Grease seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next.
16 and 17, 2012-019-851 and 2012-019-852. Complainant was interested in purchasing or building a home and contacted Respondent 2, affiliate broker. Respondent 1 is Respondent 2's principal broker to assist complainant. Because complainant had already ordered custom house plans previously, complainant and Respondent 2 viewed several lots and looked at existing houses. Complainant and Respondent 2 signed a buyer's representation agreement. Respondent 2 set up a meeting with the builder and all viewed complainant areas of interest in several of the builder's homes. Then Respondent 2 submitted a drafted outline of complainant's wishes regarding the home to the builder and asked the builder to bid on building the home in complainant's area of interest. The builder met with complainant and Respondent 2 and brought pricing information. Complainant then became interested in looking at other lots in existing homes, and Respondent 2 provided available options which complainant states complainant viewed. When complainant became interested in another lot, Respondent 2 obtained information and assisted complainant with preparing a purchase and sale contract for the lot which complainant purchased. Complainant states that complainant then learned that the builder had signed a compensation agreement with Respondent 2 to pay Respondent 2 3% of the builder's draw, which made complainant angry due to complainant's belief that this would increase the builder's cost of building. Complainant states that complainant was unaware that Respondent would be involved after the lot was purchased. When Respondent 2 then asked complainant to meet with Respondent 2 and the builder to go over the contract, and complainant refused, Respondent 2 then asked complainant to meet with Respondent 2 and the builder to go over the contract, and Respondent refused to meet and has had no further contact with Respondent 2. Complainant also states that complainant contacted Respondent 1 regarding the situation. Complainant states that Respondent 1 was rude and told complainant to either sign the contract with the builder or walk away because Respondent 2 was working with the builder. Respondent 2 submitted a response stating that complainant and Respondent 2 looked at several existing homes that complainant did not like, so when complainant told Respondent 2 about the house plans, the two began looking at lots. When complainant found a lot that interested complainant, Respondent 2 states that complainant asked Respondent 2 if Respondent knew a good builder, and Respondent 2 states that upon that request, Respondent 2 began looking for a builder and set up a meeting with the builder at complainant's request. Before the first meeting, Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 asked and was informed that if Respondent 2 brought the builder a job, Respondent 2 would receive a 3% from the builder. Respondent 2 states that the parties met with the builder and began quotes on the lot, and then complainant changed the lot. Respondent states that once complainant decided on the lot, complainant stayed in frequent contact with Respondent 2 about details building the house and financing the house as the builder worked on quotes. Respondent 2 states that Respondent 2 worked long hours on doing this work and preparing the pre-construction specifications. After Respondent signed the compensation agreement with the builder, and when the parties were set to meet with the builder to sign the contracts, Respondent 2 states that complainant began to question the amount that Respondent 2 was being paid. When told that the builder, not complainant, would be paying 3%, Respondent 2 states that complainant said complainant did not want Respondent 2 paid, and the commission cost could be subtracted from the price of the home. Respondent 2 submitted a response stating that before construction contract was drawn up, complainant was aware that Respondent 2 was receiving a commission from the builder, and complainant was free to go to any builder complainant wanted. Based on the documentation within the file, there does not appear to be a violation by Respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion we approve council's
Motion by
recommendation.
Commissioner Charo, seconded.
No question.
Second by Commissioner Grease. Discussion?
When the initial agreement was signed between the complainant and the respondent, did the agreement make any reference at all to the respondent not being able to receive any other additional fees from anyone else? I can't imagine that it did.
I don't believe so. I can look at it. I don't believe that that was the case, but I can look at it. What you're saying is when they signed
The buyer's representation agreement?
for the lot purchase, did it say that Respondent could not receive?
Just want to be sure it didn't preclude him from being able to get a commission from anyone else other than him.
I don't believe it did, but I will look at that.
You're correct.
Now, are we talking about this being a buyer's agent or a facilitator?
Buyer's agent. I didn't hear anything saying that he converted to a facilitator.
Well, the documents were never signed between the three of them, because when they were meeting to go through the purchase contract and to sign all those
He
documents.
remained the buyer's representative.
The
buyer
buyer,
just didn't want to pay him, is what it boils down to.
He wasn't paying for the house.
No, but I mean,
He
the buyer
he
didn't want
him
to
to
get
be
any.
paid twice, is what it amounts to.
He wanted to get that house for 3% less.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't want him to receive his commission for doing the work.
Right.
And we don't usually worry
No,
about
that's
commission
just a
anyway.
commission dispute.
That's what it is.
It's really not even commissions. It's an issue between the buyer and the builder. The builder's agreed to pay the fee. The buyer doesn't like the builder paying the fee. License law doesn't apply to do that.
I don't see how it does either.
the, the buyer representation agreement actually says that the buyer authorizes the licensee to negotiate for a fee paid by the seller and or the seller's agent, the payment of which.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Call for the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
18 and 19, 2012-019-871, 2012-019-881. Complaints were opened by TREC based on an anonymous complaint received by a home inspector licensing program, which was referred to TREC. Anonymous complaint alleges wrongdoing on the part of a home inspector. Relevant portions of the anonymous complaint allege that the home inspector received work through referrals from Respondent 1, affiliate broker, in exchange for a referral fee paid to Respondent 1, and Respondent 1 assisted the home inspector in underbidding a job. The home inspector licensing program closed the complaint, and the complaint was referred to TREC, where complaints were opened against Respondent 1 and Respondent 2, Respondent 1's principal broker. The anonymous complaint does not appear to include any documentation which evidences the acceptance of any referral fees or any other wrongdoing on the part of Respondent 1 or 2. Respondent 1 submitted a response denying the allegations of the complaint, calling them false statements, and stating that the anonymous complaint was submitted out of retaliation. Further, Respondent 1 denied any involvement in the home inspector's business dealings and denied accepting any referral fees or gifts from the home inspector. Respondent 2 also submitted a response stating that Respondent 2 has no reason to believe that Respondent 1 has accepted any commissions or allowances from the home inspector, and Respondent 2 is not aware of Respondent 1 having a business relationship with the home inspector. Respondent 2 questioned the credibility of the anonymous complaint and stated Respondent 2's belief that the complaint was created by an individual out of retaliation due to an ongoing civil dispute involving Respondent 1 and other parties. Based on the documentation contained in the file, there does not appear to be a violation by respondents, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
I make a motion we accept your recommendation, mainly because it's anonymous.
Motion by Commissioner Collins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Charo. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes.
Question, are home inspectors regulated by anybody now?
Yeah.
There's a licensing program.
Is license program? Mr. Chairman, I move that we refer the,
It was referred to,
It's all-
they closed it.
okay.
They didn't
Well,
want
send
to
it back again.
They didn't want to do this.
Okay, 20.
Timeshares.
20, 2012-019-891. Complainant was the owner of a property, and Respondent, principal broker, represented the potential buyer of complainant's property. Respondent submitted an offer on behalf of the potential buyer along with a pre-qualification letter from the mortgage company. Complainant alleges that the loan paperwork was not completed and the first closing was missed. After the first closing date, complainant states that Respondent noted one small problem on the buyer's credit report regarding the amount of a student loan, but complainant was assured everything would be fine to close. Complainant states that complainant spoke with Respondent, who complainant states tried to negotiate an occupancy agreement by phone, which complainant did not agree to. Complainant states that Respondent and the mortgage company assured complainant that the financing would pose no problem for closing, so complainant signed a temporary occupancy agreement with the potential buyer, and the potential buyer moved into the property. Again, the closing is extended due to a holdup in the paperwork, and complainant states that the buyer did not pay the rent on time. Then complainant states that the buyer dropped off a check at Respondent's direction for half the month's rent, since the closing was scheduled to take place mid-month, which complainant states was in violation of the temporary occupancy agreement. Complainant decided not to extend the closing again, and the potential buyer was unable to close. Therefore, complainant arrived at the home 10 days later to take back possession of the home pursuant to the temporary occupancy agreement, and the potential buyer refused to move out despite complainant's possession of a signed temporary occupancy agreement. Complainant states that respondent knew of the potential buyer's inability to purchase the home. There was no documentation submitted with the complaint. Respondent submitted a response denying the allegations of the complaint and stating it was complainant who asked the potential buyer would be willing to rent the property until closing due to financial problems, and respondent never spoke with anyone verbally about an occupancy agreement. Respondent claims that respondent and the lender advised complainant's broker before the first closing that the potential buyer needed an extension, and the amendment was later prepared with the temporary occupancy agreement extending the closing date. Respondent states that then the closing was extended again due to problems with financing. At that time, respondent states that the potential buyer paid half of the first month's rent since the closing was scheduled mid-month. Respondent states that this was done by the potential buyer and not at the instruction of respondent. It appears that the buyer vacated the home at some point after the complaint was filed, and there may have been civil litigation of some sort between complainant and respondent. But respondent states that the case was dismissed. Respondent believes this complaint was not filed by the individual who was the owner-seller of the home due to the owner-seller's lack of involvement in or attendance for the court proceeding and lack of communication. The documentation contained within the file does not appear to evidence a violation by respondent, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
So moved.
Got a motion to dismiss. Do I hear a second?
Second motion.
Second by Commissioner Stevenson. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 21.
Number 21, 2012019951. Complainants state that respondent, an unlicensed vacation lodging service, handled the rentals on complainant's property pursuant to a rental management contract executed between the parties in September 2011 until complainants canceled the service in June 2012. Complainants allege that respondent failed to remit owner statements and owes complainant rental amounts for nightly rentals, approximately 21 nights from February 2012 through June 2012. It appears that complainants obtained an attorney who sent a demand letter to respondent in July 2012 for amounts owed, and complainants received a check from another entity in September 2012, which was returned for insufficient funds. Complainants submitted additional information stating that complainants received a cashier's check with payment for most of the nights. Respondent did not submit a response to the complaint. The complaint sent in September 2012 was returned unclaimed. Respondent satisfied a previous consent order which was authorized by the Commission in August for unlicensed activity based on a prior complaint. Payment for the amount outlined in the consent order authorized in August was submitted by another entity in September 2012 with no signed consent order. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to reach respondent at the address provided, legal counsel contacted the entity which sent the cashier's check, who had the individual who responded to respondent's first complaint execute the consent order, thus closing the first complaint. The individual with the entity who sent the check and later spoke with legal counsel stated that respondent has ceased doing business. A TREC auditor was sent out to the location at which respondent had been doing business, and the auditor reported that it appeared that respondent was not doing business at that location. By all indications, it appears that respondent is out of business, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
Do we have any jurisdiction anyway?
You could issue another consent order for unlicensed activity, but getting service on these people when they claim they're out of business, and we have been unable to do so in the past, is likely to be fruitless. I've been told personally that they're out of business. An auditor was sent, confirmed that they're no longer at the location they were at when the first complaint was being handled, and it appears that they're out of business, so it's up to you all. That's the best information I was able to obtain on this group.
Mr. Chairman, move we approve council's recommendation.
I've got a motion by Commissioner Flitcroft, second by Commissioner Grease. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Continue, please.
2012-021-921 and 2012-021-931. 2012-021-951. Complainants were repeat timeshare purchasers. Complainants outline each purchase beginning in the 1980s and state there were misrepresentations by salespeople at each purchase. The majority of the timeshare purchases were either made in other states or took place well outside the 2-year statute of limitations and thus outside of TREC's jurisdiction. However, complainant's most recent purchase took place in late 2011 in Tennessee, and complainants allege that Respondent 1, timeshare salesperson, Respondent 2 was Respondent 1's principal broker, and Respondent Respondent 3 was the timeshare registration, made a variety of verbal misrepresentations, including but not limited to that complainants could save money on their maintenance fees and interest by combining multiple timeshare contracts and their points into one contract, and that complainants could get a credit card in several months and pay maintenance fees on the card and receive points. Complainants claimed that they did not receive the card when they were told they would receive it, then had to fill out another application later, and when they received the card, the limit was not as high as complainants were told it would be. There was no documentation submitted with the complaint. Respondents submitted replies denying any misrepresentations relating to the 2011 purchase or any other wrongdoing. Respondents state that by combining contracts, complainants were able to level the interest rates on their existing active loans. Respondents further state that complainants reviewed and signed the terms of the program, which outlined no interest if paid in full within 6 months. Respondents state that their records do not show that complainants applied for the credit card at the time of the purchase, which is why complainants had to apply for the card later. Finally, respondents state that complainants did not have a history of complaints over the years of their purchase, and earlier in 2012, complainants became delinquent in maintenance fees in their loan, and after failing to make payments, complainants went into default and their contract was canceled. Respondents state that while respondents committed no wrongdoing as a matter of goodwill, respondents agreed to reinstate complainants the contracts which complainants had combined into one in 2011, but complainants, when contacted, elected to retain the status of their account and asked that respondents only suppress credit reports pertaining to the transaction, to which respondents agreed. Based on the documentation contained within the file, there does not appear to be a violation by respondents, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Grease makes a motion to dismiss. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner DeCharo. Any discussion?
On Respondent 3, or number 24, will you tell me what that means? Under review by legal, three different.
It's a timeshare registration, and we get a number of timeshare complaints. It's not anything that would be related to this particular one, but I mean, you all have seen we've done a number of them today. It's just a large timeshare registration that we currently have a few more pending, and we just get in several for a registration this large.
The complaints against that registration are large, or the registration is large?
The registration is large, and if I were to hold them and present them all at once, they might continue to trickle in, and then they would never maybe all be presented because we get them sporadically.
Okay, do we vote?
Nope.
All in favor of council's recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries. Number 25.
25-2012-023-671, complaint opened by Trek against respondent, principal broker, based on respondent's failure to satisfy an agreed citation sent to respondent. Respondent was sent an agreed citation which included a civil penalty for the advertising violation and failure to supervise based on a photo of a yard sign on which the firm name was printed in a very small font on the bottom of the sign and which did not include the firm telephone number. Because respondent had not signed and returned said agreed citation, the matter was opened in legal as a complaint. Soon after this matter was opened in legal, respondent submitted the executed agreed citation and paid the civil penalty therein, and therefore the recommendation is to dismiss.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by
Question.
DeCharo. Question?
There weren't any additional legal costs for it, since he responded after the,
The agreed citation was sent, and they are then sent up to be opened in legal if they don't respond within a certain time period. In the meantime, we received payment and it being signed, so it's just a matter of this has already been satisfied by agreed citation.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Long, interesting report.
Consent order.
You going to go to the consent order, or are we going to, what are we going to do?
I just always attach the consent order log for your review. Usually you all don't have any questions, but I just included, it's my tracking device for just making sure that the cases are being, that they're being held long enough to give the opportunity for the respondent to settle informally, or then they're forwarded on to Robin. I just included every month. If there's no questions, I can just give you all a rules update. That's all I have left, and it won't be lengthy, so.
I have a question for Ms. Ryan. Do we have a hearing scheduled for next month?
We do.
And it will be on Thursday, correct?
Yes, in theory. I have hearings planned for the rest of your year on the second day, and they should all come off in theory.
Okay. Madam Chair, it has been brought to our attention that we need to approve Robert's Rules of Order.
Is that what the rules update is?
Julie has a rules update on the rules that was Tuesday.
Yeah, we've got to approve Robert's Rules of Order as our.
Yeah, I know I brought one of Robert's rules. What do we need to do to approve that?
This
Just
is
make
not
a
adoption.
motion. It doesn't have anything.
It's separate. It's separate from me. She's just.
Okay.
Let's go and get her to do that.
Yeah, I didn't
Okay.
realize she had anything else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's got the consent order log, and then there's the rules update. What is that?
I just wanted to let you know the status of the rules that you all had the rulemaking hearing on in the summer. It's just. Do you want me to go ahead and do that, or would you rather?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The non-VLS rules, the revision to the fees rule, which establishes the $10 contribution to the education and recovery account, the revision to the civil penalties rule, and the rule involving the assets of principal brokers. Those non-VLS rules were submitted to the AG, were approved, and were filed with the Secretary of State's office on December 3rd. They have to be on file with the Secretary of State for 90 days prior to the effective date. Since they went on file on December 3rd, those rules will be to have an effective date of March 3rd, 2013. The VLS rules, as they stand right now, were submitted to the AG's office. And I've received word back from the AG's office that the AG has declined to approve the rules because of subsection 3 of the within the VLS rules, which outlined several fees to the commission. For example, change of address, copies, things of that nature. They didn't have issue with 1 and 2, which is the issuance, the license issuance fee or the license renewal fee. It's subsection 3 that the AG said they declined to approve because they state that we have no explicit statutory authority to create these rules. I spoke with Deputy Counsel. We're reviewing this further. There's going to be some more discussions with the AG's office. But as it stands right now,
Rules or fees? You said we have no authority to do the rules, but did you mean the fees?
Just the fees and the rule. I can give you.
No, don't give it to me, but you
Okay.
said rules, and I just want to make sure you didn't mean fees.
They declined to approve the rules because contained within those rules was the rule regarding fees.
Right.
Subsection 3, they state we have no authority for statutory authority to assess those fees. Therefore, they declined to approve the group with that subsection.
I don't recall us having anything in a rule that asks for fees for copies and stuff like that.
I don't either.
There is a rule in our regular rules for all the other licensees that has the same fees outlined in there for copies, etc. So it was mirrored in these.
Mirror that fee.
So we don't have, they're going to kind of limit what authority we have. It's going to be, they'll give us some authority, but they're going to take it away if they don't like
Well,
what
they
we do,
say
basically.
that the statute doesn't give explicit statutory authority for these rules. The deputy council's indicated that we have, we would like to discuss it further with them. It's, it's something that we would like to try to discuss and explore further. His thoughts were that to let you all know this, of course, and vote whether or not to submit the rules without the fees if we're unable to come to a resolution to keep subsection 3 in. Because basically none of these rules will go forward with subsection 3 as it stands now. We're going to work on it further, but...
Well, if none of the rules go forward, then does, who's going to... Can we get rid of them?
Give them somebody
Can we give them
else?
to somebody else? Is exactly where I'm going, Jan.
I don't think so. I think
But
we're
they're limiting our authority.
They
on
said
what
that the
we can do.
well, we can either, you can all vote to submit the rules without subsection 3 because they don't have issue with the rest of the rules, or, like I said, we don't have to make that decision now. We've got to discuss it further with them. We're hoping that we can come to a resolution to keep subsection 3 in, but...
Okay, well, I personally don't want to vote on it now. I would
Okay.
like to let you have further discussion, because if we don't have fees...
Well, it's for vacation lodging. I have a copy of the rule. There's no issue that they have with the license issuance fee or the renewal fee. It's just these other
kind of administrative cost type things. And you don't have to vote to send them on without it now, but if we're unable to come to a resolution, we're left with the choice of either withdrawing subsection 3, sending them on without it, or we're stuck in limbo. They were
So do we have the authority to pass the other fees that are in 1260-1-.124?
It's already a rule. I looked through the authority for all of that rule, outlined it, and said, you know, that's already a rule, so I guess they can't take that away. But yeah, it's the same language, and it's just that I think they're looking closely at any rule setting fees, and so that's been their determination. We can make a prospective vote if we can't come to a resolution with the AG to keep these in, to send them on without it, or I mean, you can wait. It's just once we get the answer, I'll have to.
We don't want somewhere else.
Julie, could we make a motion to go ahead and resubmit everything except that part 3?
Yeah,
so that it could go ahead and go into.
Contingent upon. I mean, the deputy counsel said that we're going to have further discussions with the AG about our position to try to keep these in. In the event that we can't come to that conclusion, you could have this.
I mean, if everything else is fine, I don't see why we wouldn't go ahead and get the rest of the rules in place and then come back and revisit 3 if
it would have
after
to be
discussion there was some
What does
decision
deputy
that
counsel
authority
want us
existed.
to do? Would he prefer to negotiate without us passing this, or would he prefer
I
us? Since he's going to be the negotiating, I want to do what's best for him.
I think his thought was these rules are not going to go anywhere if we can't, discuss the AG and see if their opinion changes. They're not going to go anywhere unless it's pulled. So I guess in the event that we cannot come to conclusion with the AG's office that these can stay in, he would like for you all to vote whether or not you would like to proceed with the rules without it. If it comes down to either no rules or the rules without this subsection, he'd like to have your guidance on what you all would like to do.
Oh, so he wants us to decide.
Well, it's your rules, so
Why don't we vote on all of them and discuss the other ones?
it's really just subsection 3 that it's whether to keep it in or withdraw it if we can't.
I move that in the event the decision is made that we really don't have authority for subsection 3, that we go ahead and move forward on all the rest of the rules.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McMullen and a second by Commissioner DeCharo. 2 microphones here. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Does that help?
That's good. Thank you. And that's all I have for today.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Okay, I think we have one.
I'll make a motion that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order as our operating guideline.
Second.
Commissioner DeCharo makes a motion that we adopt Robert's Rules of Order as our guidelines, and seconded by Commissioner.
Robert, you don't want to know.
It's all right here. You want to read it tonight and give it back to me tomorrow?
I'm not asking a question.
Commissioner Collins seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Now, are we adjourned? Am I going to turn this back over to you? You want to ask how you want to do
Anybody
this?
have anything else to come before this commission? Commissioner Collins?
I think you've done an outstanding job, and I think the staff's done a good job getting everything together, and I've had a delightful meeting.
Commissioner McMullen?
Happy New Year.
I can tell he's delighted.
Commissioner Northern?
Happy New Year.
Mr. Grease?
Could I just ask Commissioner Footcroft quickly, in Chattanooga, you advised everybody that there's going to be an issue with closings coming up this spring because of Dodd-Frank or some piece of legislation that says that title company has to have the full package 3 days before closing.
Haven't heard anything more about that.
So are you still alarmed, or are we just going to let it lay?
We'll let it lay for now.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander? Commissioner DeShara?
Happy New Year. Y'all be careful going home. It's raining.
Mr. Haynes?
Happy New Year.
Mr. Flitcroft?
Happy New Year.
I'd just like to say it's good to see all 9 of us here. We miss you when you aren't here.
Yeah.
We do. Even you, Grove.
I'm just tickled pink that you missed me this time.
Since we only have 4 attendees, would any of you like to say anything about your thoughts and observations for being here to get yourself 8 hours of continuing education in one day without a test?
But you don't have the answer to it in advance?
Yeah, anybody like to say anything? Yes, Robin, Ryan?
Don't give any credit. Sorry, I just wanted y'all to know, it would be interesting for you to read the case which I sent to Eve Maxwell. This is concerning a problem that Permanent came up with a home. Years later, a home was purchased in 1994, and it turns out there was smoke or a fire. And indeed, they knew about the fire, but not the extent of it. And the house was in 2007 or 8 or somewhere like that was condemned. And that homeowner was ultimately responsible back to the 94, even though the purchase was in 94. So, just so you all know about getting inspectors, I don't believe there was a home inspection done on this case that could have maybe helped that. Just wanted to let you be aware of that particular case. Eve does have a copy of that. I sent that to her. If anybody wants it.
That's the reason when you sell all these properties at auction, you sell them as is.
I'll second that.
Any one of you four want to say anything?
I enjoyed the meeting.
We enjoyed all of you being here.
It was very informative. I really enjoyed it.
Go back to your offices and tell your licensees, your fellow licensees in all y'all's offices that we'll be in Memphis in May. You got any friends
Well,
in
we
there?
don't know that Memphis is where we're going.
Go pick
Well,
We're going to West
we'll be in
Tennessee.
West Tennessee. And East Tennessee will be up here in October. So just tell all your licensees, it's a good way to get 8 hours of continuing education, come to a commission meeting.
But also tell your co-licensees, get your insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick, if you haven't already. Steve, Eve, Julie, excellent meeting, excellent job. It's good to see the two of you back here too. Anybody have anything else before I bang this gavel and adjourn this meeting?
I sure hope you get your teeth fixed.
I do too.
I have an appointment at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon in Clinton with my dentist to get this plain thing glued back on. Meeting is adjourned.
I kind of like it the way it is.
Did everybody sign their public? Everybody be sure to sign out.
Here's mine. Yeah, y'all sign out. Steve won't give you 8 hours of continuing education.
The rest of them gonna go.